Hey everyone, and welcome back. If you're anything like me, you love the idea of escaping into nature, the crisp air, the towering trees, the feeling of being completely disconnected. Camping and hiking can be an incredible experience, a chance to recharge and reconnect with the wild. Get ready to hear a tale that will make you think twice before venturing too far off the beaten path. This is true camping and hiking was a deadly mistake. Buckle up, because this one is not for the faint of heart. Subscribe and turn on notifications if you dare. My name is Maya, and for as long as I can remember, the natural world has held an almost magnetic pull on me. It's more than just an interest, it's an inherent part of who I am. Growing up in the suburbs of Chicago, my escape was always the small patch of woods behind our house. While other kids were glued to video games or chasing after the latest trends, I was content turning over rocks, identifying the different types of leaves, and observing the intricate dance of life unfolding in that miniature ecosystem. That early fascination eventually blossomed into a full-fledged career. I pursued a degree in biology specializing in wildlife, and after years of studying various animal populations, I found myself drawn to the often misunderstood world of bats. There's a certain mystique surrounding these nocturnal creatures, a blend of folklore and scientific curiosity that I find incredibly compelling. They're vital to our ecosystems, incredible insectivores that play a crucial role in controlling pest populations. Yet, they're often feared and demonized, shrouded in misconceptions that simply aren't based on fact. My work aims to unravel some of those mysteries, to understand their behavior, their social structures, and the challenges they face in a rapidly changing world. It's a rewarding field, one that constantly presents new puzzles and requires a deep connection to the environments where these fascinating animals thrive. That's what brought me to Kentucky, a state with a rich tapestry of natural wonders, including an extensive network of cave systems. These subterranean labyrinths are havens for numerous bat species, providing crucial roosting sites and hibernation spots. My current research project focuses on the acoustic behavior of the local bat population, specifically looking at their echolocation calls and social vocalizations. The goal is to build a more comprehensive understanding of their communication and how environmental factors might be impacting their interactions. It's a long-term study, one that requires patience, meticulous data collection, and a willingness to venture into some pretty remote and, at times, unnerving locations. The particular cave system I was assigned to for this phase of the research was located in a relatively isolated area, nestled within a dense expanse of forest a few hours south of Lexington. The locals referred to it as Black Maw Cave, a name that already sent a slight shiver down my spine. I'm not usually one for superstition, but there's something about the way these old names stick, often carrying with them generations of whispered stories and ingrained beliefs. The name itself painted a vivid picture in my mind, a gaping, dark opening in the earth, something to be wary of. The drive to the site was scenic, winding along narrow country roads that cut through rolling hills and thick woodlands. The air was crisp and carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the quintessential aroma of late autumn in Kentucky. As I got further away from any signs of civilization, a sense of anticipation mingled with a growing feeling of isolation. This was exactly the kind of remote location my research required, but being alone in such a place, even during the day, has a way of playing on your senses. I finally reached the designated trailhead, a barely visible track leading off the main road. My research permit had detailed instructions on how to locate the cave entrance, along with warnings about the rugged terrain and the importance of leaving no trace. I parked my trusty Subaru Forester, a vehicle that had seen its fair share of off-road adventures, and double-checked my equipment. Everything was accounted for: my acoustic monitoring devices, GPS unit, headlamp with extra batteries, first aid kit, water, and a few energy bars. I also had my trusty field notebook and a couple of high-powered microphones designed to pick up even the faintest ultrasonic calls of the bats. The hike to the cave entrance took about an hour, traversing a steep and rocky path that snaked through the dense undergrowth. The forest was eerily silent, the only sounds being the crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves and the occasional rustle in the canopy above. The lack of birdsong was particularly noticeable, creating an atmosphere that felt strangely heavy and still. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. Eventually, I reached a clearing, and there it was, Black Maw Cave. The entrance was indeed imposing, a large, jagged opening in the side of a limestone cliff, framed by moss, covered boulders, and gnarled tree roots. The air emanating from within was noticeably cooler and carried a distinct earthy smell, the scent of damp rock and something else, something I couldn't quite place, a faint, almost metallic tang. Taking a deep breath, I activated my headlamp and carefully made my way inside. The darkness swallowed the beam of light, creating an immediate sense of profound isolation. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavern. It was a vast space, the ceiling disappearing into the blackness above, the walls adorned with intricate formations of stalactites and stalagmites sculpted by millennia of water and time. My task for the day was to set up the acoustic monitors at strategic locations within the cave system. I had spent weeks studying the topographical maps, identifying potential roosting sites and flyways. The plan was to leave the monitors recording for several days, capturing the ultrasonic calls of the bats as they went about their nightly activities. I carefully placed the first monitor near a cluster of formations that looked like ideal roosting spots, ensuring it was securely positioned and out of reach of any potential water drips. As I moved deeper into the cave, the silence became even more intense, broken only by my own movements and the occasional echo. The air was thick with humidity, and the temperature continued to drop. I had explored caves before, but there was something about this particular one that felt different. It wasn't just the remoteness or the ominous name. There was an underlying sense of unease, a feeling that I was an intruder in a place that preferred to remain undisturbed. I placed the second monitor in a narrow passage that seemed to be a main thoroughfare for the bats, based on the guano scattered on the floor. The smell of ammonia was strong here, a telltale sign of a large bat colony. I made a mental note to check this area particularly closely when I returned to retrieve the recordings. The third and final location I had identified was a large chamber at the very back of the known section of the cave. Getting there involved a bit of a scramble over some loose rocks and a tight squeeze through a narrow opening. Once inside, however, the chamber opened up into an impressive space with a high ceiling and several smaller alcoves branching off. It felt like the heart of the cave, a place where the darkness was absolute and the silence was deafening. I carefully positioned the last acoustic monitor in one of the alcoves, pointing the microphone towards the main chamber. As I secured it in place, I paused for a moment, letting my headlamp illuminate the space around me. The rock formations here were particularly strange, with sharp, jagged edges that seemed almost unnatural. And then I noticed it, a faint scratching sound coming from deeper within the alcove. My heart skipped a beat. I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding in my ears. The scratching stopped, and for a moment there was only silence. Then I heard it again, closer this time, accompanied by a soft, almost guttural clicking sound. It wasn't the sound of bats. I was intimately familiar with their chirps and clicks. This was something else, something alien. A prickle of fear ran down my spine. My scientific curiosity warred with a sudden, overwhelming urge to get out of this cave. I told myself it was probably just some small animal, a raccoon or maybe even a cave salamander. But the sounds, they didn't fit. They were too deliberate, too intelligent. I quickly finished setting up the monitor, my hands shaking slightly. I wanted to investigate the source of the noise, but the rational part of my brain screamed at me to leave. I decided to err on the side of caution. My primary goal was to collect data on the bat population. Whatever was making those strange sounds could wait. With the monitors in place, I retraced my steps, my pace quickening as I made my way back towards the cave entrance. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and every shadow looked like something else, something watching me. The earlier feeling of unease had intensified, replaced by a palpable sense of dread. I finally emerged from the mouth of Black Maw Cave, blinking in the relative brightness of the late afternoon sun. The forest still felt eerily silent, but somehow the silence outside was less menacing than the suffocating quiet within the cave. I took a long, shaky breath, trying to dispel the lingering feeling of unease. The next few days were spent back at my small rented cabin, analyzing preliminary data and preparing for the retrieval trip. I tried to put the strange sounds out of my mind, focusing on the expected bat calls that were already starting to show up in the initial recordings. But the memory of that scratching and clicking in the depths of the cave kept nagging at the back of my thoughts. I told myself it was just my imagination, the result of being alone in a dark and isolated place. Finally, the day came to return to Black Maw Cave and collect the full recordings. The hiking felt different this time. The forest seemed even quieter, the air heavier. As I approached the cave entrance, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I ventured back into the darkness, my headlamp cutting through the gloom. The familiar drip, drip, drip of water echoed around me, but it no longer felt like a comforting sound. It felt like the cave was breathing, waiting. As I reached the first monitor, I noticed something odd. The unit was slightly askew, as if it had been knocked over. That was strange. I had secured it quite well. I checked the recordings. They seemed intact. I moved on to the second monitor, the one in the narrow passage. This one was also slightly out of place. Again, the recordings seemed fine, but a seed of unease had been planted. It was the third monitor, the one in the large chamber at the back of the cave, that truly set my blood running cold. As I squeezed through the narrow opening into the chamber, the beam of my headlamp fell upon a scene that made my breath catch in my throat. The monitor was gone, vanished without a trace, and then I heard it again, that faint scratching, that soft, guttural clicking. This time it was closer, much closer, and it was definitely not bats. The disappearance of the acoustic monitor sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. My rational mind struggled to find a logical explanation. Had it simply fallen into a crevice I hadn't noticed? That seemed unlikely. I had placed it carefully in a relatively flat alcove. Had some other animal, larger than I initially considered, somehow managed to dislodge it? Again, the alcove was fairly high up, not easily accessible to a ground-dwelling creature. And why would an animal take it? The device was bulky and offered no apparent nutritional value. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. And then there were those sounds, the scratching and the clicking. They echoed in my memory, sending shivers down my spine. I knew deep down that whatever was happening here was beyond the realm of normal wildlife behavior. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly turned my headlamp towards the deeper recesses of the alcove. The beam of light danced across the jagged rock formations, revealing nothing but shadows. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing eerily in the vast chamber. The sound felt weak and inadequate against the oppressive silence. Only the faint drip of water and the frantic thumping of my own heart answered me. I took another step into the alcove, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of loose rock, every shift in the air, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I scanned the floor, hoping to see the missing monitor, or at least some sign of what might have taken it. There was nothing. The rock floor was smooth in most places, covered in a fine layer of dust, undisturbed except for my own footprints. The scratching sound came again, this time from directly above me. I tilted my head back, the beam of my headlamp illuminating the uneven ceiling of the alcove. I could see small crevices and fissures in the rock, but nothing else. The clicking followed, a series of rapid, almost guttural sounds that seemed to vibrate in the air. Fear, cold and sharp, began to grip me. This wasn't the fear of the unknown that sometimes accompanies fieldwork. This was something primal, a sense of being watched, being hunted. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. Could there be some kind of undiscovered creature living in these caves? A creature that made these strange sounds? It seemed improbable, yet the evidence was mounting. I decided to get out of the alcove. Lingering there felt like an invitation to whatever was making those noises. I backed away slowly, keeping my headlamp trained on the area, my ears straining for any further sounds. The scratching stopped as I moved, but the faint clicking persisted, seemingly following me. Once back in the main chamber, I took a moment to collect myself. My breathing was ragged and my hands were trembling. I told myself to stay calm, to think logically. Panic would only make the situation worse. I needed to assess the situation, decide what to do, and get out of the cave safely. Retrieving the recordings from the remaining 2 monitors suddenly felt less important. My priority now was my own safety. But the scientist in me, the one driven by curiosity and the desire to understand, wouldn't let me leave without at least trying to figure out what was going on. I decided to try and track the source of the clicking. It seemed to be coming from deeper within the cave system, beyond the large chamber where I had placed the 3rd monitor. According to my map, there was a network of smaller passages branching off from this area, some of which were unexplored. Against my better judgment, I started to move towards these passages. Each step felt heavy, my senses hyper, alert for any sign of movement or sound. The clicking continued, sometimes faint, sometimes louder, always just out of sight. It was like an unseen presence was leading me deeper into the darkness. The passage narrowed, forcing me to walk sideways. The walls were damp and cold against my skin, and the air grew heavier, thick with the same earthy, metallic scent I had noticed earlier. The silence was broken only by the clicking and the occasional scraping sound against the rock. I stopped, listening intently. The clicking seemed to be coming from around a bend in the passage. I hesitated, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. What if I went around that corner and came face to face with whatever was making those sounds? Could I handle it? Despite my apprehension, the need to know pushed me forward. I slowly edged around the bend, my headlamp illuminating a small, circular chamber. The ceiling was low here, and the walls were covered in strange, almost organic-looking formations. And in the center of the chamber, I saw it. It was the acoustic monitor, or what was left of it. The plastic casing was cracked and broken, wires dangled from the mangled remains, and the microphone was completely gone. It looked like it had been torn apart, and then I saw something else. On the floor near the remnants of the monitor were markings. They weren't footprints, not exactly. They were more like scrapes or gouges in the dust, arranged in a circular pattern around the destroyed device, and in the center of the circle a small, dark, almost perfectly spherical object. I cautiously approached it, my headlamp beam fixed on the object. It was smooth and cold to the touch, about the size of a large marble. Its surface was jet black with no discernible features. It looked almost like an eye. As soon as I had that thought, a wave of nausea washed over me. I recoiled, stepping back from the object as if it had burned me. An eye. Could it be? It seemed impossible, grotesque. The clicking sound grew louder, closer. I spun around, my headlamp sweeping across the chamber. And then I saw it. In the shadows near the far wall, something moved. It was hunched low to the ground, its form indistinct in the dim light, but I could see two small points of light reflecting back from my headlamp eyes. And as it shifted, I caught a glimpse of something else, something long and slender, ending in a sharp point. A claw. My breath hitched in my throat. This was no ordinary animal. The way it moved, the way it held itself, it was intelligent, predatory. The clicking intensified, and the creature started to move towards me, slowly, deliberately. I could now make out more of its form. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but gaunt and elongated, its limbs too long, its body too thin. Its skin appeared to be a pale, almost translucent gray, stretched tightly over a skeletal frame, and its head was disproportionately large, with no visible nose or mouth, just two large, black eyes that seemed to absorb the light. Terror, raw and visceral, flooded through me. This was the stuff of nightmares, something that shouldn't exist. Yet, there it was, moving towards me in the darkness. I fumbled for the pepper spray in my backpack, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the canister. As the creature drew closer, I could hear a faint scratching sound coming from its elongated fingers, tipped with those sharp, claw-like appendages. It stopped a few feet away from me, its black eyes fixed on mine. The clicking had stopped, replaced by a low, guttural humming sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air. I could feel its gaze on me, cold and calculating. I raised the pepper spray, my finger trembling on the trigger. But a part of me knew it was useless. This creature was unlike anything I had ever encountered, anything I had ever read about. Pepper spray seemed like a pathetic defense against something so alien, so wrong. Suddenly, the creature tilted its head, and the humming intensified. Then, it did something that made my blood run cold. It spoke. Not in words that I understood, but in a series of high-pitched, rapid clicks and whistles that resonated deep within my skull. It felt like it was inside my head, probing, examining. I squeezed my eyes shut, clamping my hands over my ears, trying to block out the horrifying sounds. But they seemed to bypass my physical defenses, echoing directly in my mind. Images flashed through my brain, dark shapes moving in the shadows, the feeling of being watched, the cold touch of something unseen. When I finally dared to open my eyes again, the creature was gone. The chamber was empty, the only sound the continued humming, which seemed to be fading into the distance. Had I imagined it? Was it just a hallucination, the result of stress and exhaustion? I desperately wanted to believe that, but the destroyed monitor, the strange markings, the black spherical object, they were all too real. I had to get out of this cave. Now I turned and fled, scrambling back through the narrow passage, not caring about the scrapes and bruises I was getting. The clicking started again, faint at first, then growing louder as if the creature was following me. I burst out of the small chamber and into the larger one, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly as I ran towards the main exit. The clicking echoed behind me, closer now, accompanied by the scraping sound of its claws against the rock. I didn't dare to look back. I just ran, driven by pure, unadulterated terror. The darkness of the cave seemed to reach out to me, trying to pull me back into its depths. I stumbled and fell, scrambling back to my feet, my lungs burning, my legs aching. Finally, I saw it, a faint glimmer of light in the distance, the entrance to the cave. I pushed myself harder, my every muscle screaming in protest. The clicking was right behind me now, and I could feel a cold, chilling presence in the air. I reached the cave entrance and stumbled out into the fading light of dusk, gasping for breath. The forest was still silent, but now it felt different. It no longer felt peaceful, it felt tainted. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys in my shaking hands. I jumped inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Only then did I allow myself to look back at the dark opening of Black Maw Cave. It was silent now, the entrance shrouded in shadow. But I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever I had encountered in there was still watching me. And I knew, too, that my research on the bat population of Kentucky had just taken a terrifying and unforeseen turn. The recordings I had gotten, they definitely weren't bats. And I had a sinking feeling that whatever they weren't finished with me yet. The black, spherical object, the eye, was still in my pocket. I had instinctively grabbed it as I fled, a morbid souvenir of my encounter. Now, I wished I hadn't. It felt cold, alien, and strangely alive. Back at the cabin, every creak of the floorboards sent a jolt of panic through me. I couldn't shake the image of those black eyes, the feeling of that cold presence. The small, black sphere sat on the table, a constant, silent reminder of what I had encountered. I hadn't dared to touch it again after fleeing the cave, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away either. It was evidence, horrifying though it might be. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the gaunt figure in the darkness, heard the clicking and the humming. The rational part of my brain kept trying to find a logical explanation. Could it have been a deformed animal? Some kind of cave dweller I'd never heard of? But the intelligence in its eyes, the way it seemed to communicate, it defied any known biological classification. The next morning, despite my fear, I knew I had to listen to the recordings from the first two monitors. My scientific curiosity, however warped by terror, wouldn't allow me to simply run and pretend it hadn't happened. With trembling hands, I plugged the SD cards into my laptop. The first few hours of recordings were exactly what I expected, the ultrasonic chirps and clicks of bats as they emerged to hunt and returned to roost. I recognized the distinct calls of several species common to the region. It was almost comforting to hear something normal, something familiar, amidst the lingering dread. Then, as I continued through the recordings from the monitor in the narrow passage, I heard it. Faint at first, almost masked by the bat calls, was a series of rapid clicks. They were the same clicks I had heard in the cave, but on the recording, they sounded clearer, more distinct. And then a new sound emerged, a low, guttural humming, the same sound the creature had made before it spoke, or rather, communicated with those chilling clicks and whistles. My blood ran cold. This meant the creature, or creatures like it, had been present even before I ventured into the back chamber. They had been there all along. Their sounds somehow different from the bats, yet perhaps just within or below the range of what I normally focused on. I moved on to the recordings from the monitor I had placed near the initial roosting sites. Here, the bat calls were even more prevalent. But as I listened, a pattern started to emerge. Interspersed with the familiar chirps were those unsettling clicks and hums occurring more frequently, almost as if the creatures were moving closer to the main bat colony. And then, about halfway through the recording period, something truly horrifying happened. The distinct, high-pitched echolocation calls of the bats began to change. They became erratic, distorted, almost panicked. Mixed in with the familiar sounds were new vocalizations, lower in frequency, rough and guttural, unlike anything I had ever heard a bat produce. It sounded like a struggle. The recording continued, and the sounds of the bats became fewer and farther between, eventually fading out completely. All that remained were the clicks and the hums, now louder, more dominant, as if the unseen presence had taken over the acoustic space. I couldn't bring myself to listen to the rest of that recording. The implications were too terrifying. Had these creatures preyed on the bats? Was that what had happened? The thought made my stomach churn. I spent the rest of the day in a state of anxious dread, jumping at every sound. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin any longer. I had to get out of here, to go somewhere safe, somewhere with other people. As dusk began to settle, I packed my belongings, my movements quick and jerky. I double-checked that I had everything: my research notes, my laptop, the remaining acoustic monitors, and reluctantly, the black sphere. I placed it in a sealed plastic bag, not wanting to touch it directly. I decided to drive to the nearest town, hoping to find a motel where I could spend the night before contacting my university and reporting what had happened. The drive was tense. Every shadow in the periphery seemed to hold a lurking presence, and the silence of the Kentucky countryside felt heavy and ominous. As I drove along a particularly isolated stretch of road, my headlights suddenly illuminated something in the middle of the pavement. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. It was an animal lying still and lifeless. A bat. But it wasn't just any bat. It was one of the species I had been studying, and its body was contorted in a strange way, its wings twisted at unnatural angles. And there were markings on its fur, small, precise tears that looked like they had been made by something sharp. I didn't get out of the car. I couldn't. The sight of the dead bat, the same species whose calls had been replaced by those horrifying clicks and hums, was confirmation of my deepest fears. I put the car in reverse and slowly backed away, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something emerge from the darkness. I finally reached the small town and checked into the first motel I saw. The fluorescent lights and the hum of the air conditioner offered a small measure of comfort, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the cave and the silent woods. I tried to call my supervisor, Professor Armitage, but it was late and I only got his voicemail. I left a brief message saying that I had encountered some unexpected findings and needed to speak with him urgently. Sleep eluded me again that night. I kept replaying the events in my mind, the fear and the uncertainty gnawing at me. What were those creatures? Where did they come from? And why were they in that cave system? The next morning, I tried Professor Armitage again, and this time he answered. I recounted my experience in the cave, the strange sounds, the destroyed monitor, the creature I had seen, and the disturbing recordings. To his credit, he listened patiently, though I could hear the skepticism in his voice. "Maya," he said finally, "are you sure about all of this? Stress and isolation can play tricks on the mind." I knew he didn't believe me. It all sounded too far-fetched, even to my own ears when I repeated it, but I knew what I had seen, what I had heard. "Professor," I insisted, "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm telling you the truth. I have the recordings. And I found something in the cave." I hesitated, then described the black sphere. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Bring it back, Maya," he said, his tone now serious. "Bring everything back. We need to take a look at this." Relief washed over me. At least he was willing to investigate. I agreed to drive back to the university immediately. As I packed my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The town felt different now, the normalcy tinged with a sense of unease. Every shadow seemed a little darker, every sound a little more sinister. The drive back to the university was long and filled with anxiety. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. When I finally arrived on campus, the familiar surroundings felt like a sanctuary. I went straight to Professor Armitage's office, the black sphere still sealed in the plastic bag. He was waiting for me, his face etched with concern. I handed him the bag, and he carefully took it, his eyes widening slightly as he examined the object. We spent the next few hours in the lab, analyzing the recordings. Professor Armitage and a couple of other colleagues listened intently, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to confusion and then a dawning sense of unease as they heard the strange clicks and hums, and then the disturbing sounds of the bats. The black sphere was subjected to a battery of tests, but the results were inconclusive. It wasn't made of any material they could identify. It seemed inert, yet there was something unsettling about its smooth, black surface. Days turned into weeks. The university launched a discreet investigation into Black Maw Cave, sending a team of experts to explore the site. They found no trace of the creature I had described, but they did find the remains of the destroyed acoustic monitor and more of the strange markings on the cave floor. They also found several dead bats, all with the same peculiar tears on their bodies. The recordings were sent to various specialists, but no one could definitively identify the source of the clicks and hums. Some suggested they might be highly unusual animal vocalizations. Others hinted at the possibility of geological phenomena. but none of the explanations felt right. As for me, I was left with the chilling memory of those black eyes and the unsettling feeling that I had stumbled upon something ancient and malevolent, something that lurked in the darkness beneath the surface of the world. The recordings I got, they weren't bats. They were something else entirely. And sometimes late at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear those clicks in my dreams, and I can't help but wonder if they are still out there, in the dark, listening, and I can't shake the terrifying thought that perhaps, one day, they will decide to listen a little closer. The small black sphere remains locked in a secure lab, a silent testament to the horrors I encountered in Black Maw Cave. Sometimes I catch myself staring at its smooth, featureless surface, and I can't help but feel like it's staring back. They call me Finn, just Finn. No last name necessary out here, not when you're trying to lose yourself in the green cathedral of the Appalachian Trail. I'm a through hiker, one of those slightly unhinged souls aiming to walk from Springer Mountain in Georgia all the way up to Katahdin in Maine. It's a fool's errand, some say, a test of endurance both physical and mental. And maybe they're right. But as I write this, hunkered down in a surprisingly decent shelter just south of the Maine border, I can tell you it's become something else entirely. Something darker. I started my trek back in early spring, the air still crisp with the last vestiges of winter. The initial weeks were a blur of aching muscles, blistered feet, and the constant rhythm of my boots on the trail. There's a strange beauty in that monotony, a meditative quality that strips away the noise of the everyday world. You learn to appreciate the small things, the warmth of the sun on your face, the cool rush of a mountain stream, the camaraderie of a shared campfire with fellow hikers. And oh, the characters you meet. That's one of the things they don't really tell you about the AT. It's not just about the wilderness, it's about the weird, wonderful, and sometimes unsettling people you encounter along the way. There was Squirrel, a wary older guy, who claimed he could predict the weather by the twitch in his left eye. Then there was Harmony, a young woman who carried a ukulele and serenaded anyone who would listen with surprisingly good renditions of 80s power ballads. And who could forget Captain Ahab, a man obsessed with finding a specific, unusually large white rock he swore haunted the Pennsylvania section of the trail. I've seen my fair share of odd behavior, heard countless strange stories whispered around crackling campfires under a blanket of a billion stars. Most of them were harmless, quirky tales that added to the rich tapestry of the AT experience. But the encounter near the Maine border, that's different. That's the kind of story that burrows under your skin and festers in the quiet corners of your mind. It's the kind of story that makes you double, check the locks on your tent at night, and listen a little too intently to the rustling leaves in the darkness. The first hint of trouble came a few days ago, maybe 4. Time tends to blur out here. I was making good mileage, pushing myself to reach the northern terminus before the really bad weather set in. The air was starting to feel different, a little colder, a little heavier with the scent of pine and damp earth. The crowds had thinned out considerably. Most of the flip-floppers hikers who start at the northern end and hike south were already finished, and the main wave of northbounders was starting to dwindle as the season drew to a close. I was hiking through a particularly dense section of forest, the kind where the sunlight barely penetrates the canopy, casting long, eerie shadows that danced with every gust of wind. I hadn't seen another hiker all day, and a sense of isolation, something I was usually comfortable with, began to feel a little oppressive. It was quiet, too quiet. The usual symphony of birdsong and rustling wildlife seemed to have gone silent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. I rounded a bend in the trail and saw him. He was sitting on a large, moss-covered rock just off to the side, his back to me. He was wearing a bright yellow raincoat, which seemed a little out of place given the clear, albeit overcast sky. He didn't move as I approached, didn't even seem to notice me. "Hey," I called out, keeping a respectful distance. "Everything all right?" He didn't respond. I took another step closer. "Hello, you okay?" Finally, he turned his head. Slowly. Too slowly. His face was gaunt, his skin pale and stretched tight over sharp bones. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and they seemed to focus on something beyond me, something in the depths of the woods. But it wasn't his appearance that truly chilled me. It was the smile. It was a wide, unnatural smile that stretched his thin lips back to reveal teeth that looked wrong. Too many, maybe. Or perhaps just too sharp, too pointed. It didn't look like a human smile. It looked like something a predator would wear. He didn't say anything, just kept that unsettling smile fixed on me. The silence stretched, thick and uncomfortable. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. This wasn't just some tired hiker taking a break. This was something else. "Well," I said, forcing a nervous laugh. "Guess I'll keep moving." I started to walk past him, keeping my eyes forward but my senses on high alert. I could feel his gaze on my back, that unnatural smile burning into me. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, I heard it. A soft, raspy chuckle. It wasn't a human chuckle either. It sounded like dry leaves rustling in a cold wind, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. I quickened my pace, wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I glanced back after a minute or two. He was still sitting on the rock, still smiling that awful smile. But now he was pointing. Not at me. He was pointing deeper into the woods, off the trail. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. Whatever he was pointing at, I didn't want to see it. I hiked for what felt like hours, not stopping until the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I finally found a small, secluded campsite and set up my tent quickly, my hands shaking slightly. That night, I couldn't shake the image of that man's face, that unsettling smile. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside my tent sent a jolt of fear through me. I slept fitfully, haunted by nightmares of pale faces and too many teeth. The next day, I pushed on hiking faster than I normally would. I needed to get to a more populated section of the trail, needed to see other people, to feel a sense of safety in numbers. But the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the trees, persisted. Then came the second encounter. It happened late in the afternoon. I was traversing a rocky ridge, the wind whipping around me, carrying the scent of pine and rain. The trail was narrow here, with steep drop-offs on either side. I was focused on my footing when I saw it. A flash of color caught my eye in the periphery. It was the same bright yellow as the raincoat the man on the rock had been wearing. My heart leaped into my throat. I stopped and scanned the surrounding woods. Nothing. Just the endless trees and the rocky terrain. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me after the unsettling encounter the day before. I started walking again, my senses heightened. Every shadow looked like a lurking figure. Every gust of wind sounded like a whispered word. I told myself it was just paranoia, the isolation getting to me. Then I saw it again. Another flash of yellow, this time closer. It was partially obscured by a thicket of trees, but I could definitely make out the bright, unnatural yellow of that raincoat. And then I saw something else. A hand, pale and thin, with long, spindly fingers that seemed to grip the bark of a tree with unnatural strength. I froze, my blood running cold. It was him. He had somehow managed to get ahead of me, or perhaps he had been waiting in the woods the whole time. The thought sent a fresh wave of fear washing over me. I considered turning back, but the thought of retracing my steps and potentially encountering him again on the narrow trail filled me with dread. My only option was to keep moving forward, to try and get past him without him noticing me. I took a deep breath and started walking again, trying to keep my movements slow and deliberate. I kept my eyes fixed on the trail ahead, but I could feel his presence in the woods, a silent, unseen threat. As I drew level with the thicket of trees, I risked a quick glance. He was still there, his back to me, his head slightly tilted as if he were listening to something in the distance. Or maybe he was listening to me. I held my breath and quickened my pace, trying to put as much distance as possible between us. I didn't dare to look back this time. I just kept walking, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with terrifying possibilities. I didn't see him again that day, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, didn't go away. It clung to me like the damp air, a constant, unsettling presence. I finally reached this shelter late last night, exhausted and on edge. There were a couple of other hikers here, a young couple from Ohio who were section hiking. Their presence offered a small measure of comfort, but the image of the man in the yellow raincoat, that unnatural smile, is still burned into my mind. I don't know what he is or what he wants, but I know I need to get to Maine. I need to finish this trail. Maybe then, whatever this is will be over. But a part of me, a cold, dread-filled part, wonders if it will ever truly be over. Tomorrow I cross into Maine. They say the Maine section is the toughest part of the AT. I have a feeling it's going to be tougher than I ever imagined, and I have a terrible feeling that the man in the yellow raincoat will be waiting for me there. smiling that awful smile. The main border felt like crossing into another world. The air was thicker, the trees taller and more menacing, their branches gnarled and reaching like skeletal arms. Even the trail seemed different, rockier, and more unforgiving, a constant reminder that this was the wild heart of the Appalachian Trail. The couple from Ohio, Sarah and Ben, had decided to hike with me for a bit after hearing my unsettling story. There was a shared sense of unease between us, a feeling that we were being watched, even though we hadn't seen the man in the yellow raincoat since the previous day. We hiked in silence for the first few hours, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the only sound the crunch of our boots on the trail and the whisper of the wind through the pines. Every rustle of leaves sent a nervous jolt through me. I kept scanning the woods, half expecting to see that bright, unnatural yellow. Around midday, we stopped for a quick lunch by a rushing stream. Sarah, a bubbly blonde in her early 20s, tried to lighten the mood with cheerful chatter about her favorite hiking snacks. Ben, a quiet, muscular guy, kept a watchful eye on the surrounding woods, his hand never far from the bear spray clipped to his belt. "You really think this guy is still out here?" Sarah asked, her voice a little too bright. I shrugged. I don't know what to think. He didn't seem normal. That smile, I trailed off, unable to articulate the sheer wrongness of it. Ben nodded slowly. Could just be some weirdo. You get all sorts out here.
Yeah, but did you see his ice?
I countered. They weren't right. And the way he was pointing, it felt like a warning or maybe an invitation. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. Okay, maybe we don't talk about this while we're eating. We finished our lunch in a tense silence, the sounds of the forest amplified in the stillness. As we packed up our gear, I noticed something glinting in the undergrowth near where the man in the yellow raincoat had been sitting on the rock the first time I saw him. Hold on, I said, pointing. What's that? Ben cautiously approached the spot and crouched down. He picked up a small, intricately carved wooden bird. It looked old, the wood worn smooth with time and handling. Weird, Sarah said. Where do you think that came from? I felt a knot of unease tighten in my stomach. It felt like a marker, something he had left behind. I didn't like it. Let's just keep moving, I said, my voice strained. The sooner we get to a shelter with more people, the better. We picked up our pace, pushing ourselves harder than we had before. The trail climbed steadily upwards, winding through dense forests and over rocky outcrops. The scenery was breathtaking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. As the afternoon wore on, the weather began to turn. The sky grew darker, the wind picked up, and the first fat drops of rain began to fall. Soon, we were hiking in a downpour, the trail turning into a muddy, slippery mess. Visibility was reduced to a few feet, the trees around us blurring into indistinct shapes. We need to find shelter. Ben shouted over the roar of the rain. There should be a lean-to about a mile up ahead, according to the map. We pressed on, our clothes soaked through, our spirits dampened by the relentless rain and the growing sense of dread. The trail became increasingly difficult, the rocks slick and treacherous. I stumbled several times, my ankle twisting in the mud. Finally, through the sheets of rain, we sought a small, wooden linn-to nestled amongst a cluster of pine trees. It wasn't much, just 3 walls and a roof, but it offered welcome respite from the storm. We huddled inside, shivering and trying to wring out our clothes. There was already one hiker inside, an older man with a long, gray beard who introduced himself as Jedidiah. He was huddled in the corner, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, his eyes strangely vacant. Rough weather, Sarah said, trying to make conversation. Jedidiah just grunted in response, his gaze fixed on the wall. There was something unsettling about him, his silence, his vacant stare. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. As the rain continued to pour down outside, a strange tension filled the lean-to. Jedidiah hadn't moved or spoken since we arrived. Sarah kept glancing nervously at him, while Ben stood near the entrance, his hand still resting on his bear spray. Suddenly, Jedidiah began to hum. It was a low, tuneless sound that sent shivers down my spine. He started rocking back and forth, his eyes still fixed on the wall, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was a smile that reminded me, sickeningly, of the man in the yellow raincoat. "You all right, sir?" Ben asked cautiously. Jedidiah didn't respond, his humming growing louder, more insistent. The smile on his face widened, becoming almost grotesque. I exchanged a worried look with Sarah. This was not good. Just then, we heard a sound from outside. A soft, raspy chuckle carried on the wind. It was the same chuckle I had heard the first time I encountered the man in the yellow raincoat. My blood ran cold. He was here. Jedidiah stopped humming, his head snapping towards the entrance of the lean-to. His vacant eyes suddenly focused, locking onto something beyond us. The smile on his face transformed into an expression of pure terror. "He's come for us," Jedidiah whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling. "He's come for all of us." Before any of us could react, Jedidiah lunged forward, grabbing Ben's arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, his fingernails digging into Ben's skin. "He wants what's inside," Jedidiah hissed, his eyes wide with fear. "He wants what we carry within us." Ben tried to pull away, but Jedidiah's grip was too strong. He let out a strangled cry as Jedidiah's teeth sank into his arm. Not a bite, not exactly. It was more like a tearing. Sarah screamed and stumbled backwards, her eyes wide with horror. I grabbed my trekking pole, my heart pounding in my chest. This was insane. Jedidiah, his face contorted with a strange mixture of fear and something else, something primal and hungry, continued to tear at Ben's arm. Blood welled up, staining his clothes and the wooden floor of the lean-to. I lunged forward and swung my trekking pole, hitting Jedidiah hard in the side of the head. He stumbled back, momentarily releasing his grip on Ben. "Run!" I yelled at Sarah and Ben. "Get out of here!" Sarah didn't need to be told twice. She turned and fled out into the storm, disappearing into the swirling rain and mist. Ben, his arm bleeding profusely, followed close behind. I turned back to face Jedidiah. His eyes were now fixed on me, the terror replaced by a chilling emptiness. The unnatural smile was back, wider and more horrifying than before. He lunged at me, his hands outstretched, his long, sharp fingernails scraping against my jacket. I dodged out of the way and thrust my trekking pole at him again. This time it connected with his chest, and he stumbled backwards. I didn't wait. I turned and ran out into the storm, following the same path as Sarah and Ben. The rain lashed against my face, the wind howled in my ears, but I didn't stop. I ran as fast as I could. The image of Jedidiah's vacant eyes and that terrible smile burned into my mind. I don't know what happened to Sarah and Ben. I haven't seen them since we fled the lean-to. I ran for hours, the rain finally starting to ease as darkness fell. I eventually stumbled upon this small, abandoned shelter, a barely intact wooden structure that offered minimal protection from the elements. I'm alone now, the silence of the forest broken only by the occasional creak of the old wood and the frantic beating of my own heart. I bandaged my scrapes and cuts as best as I can, but the fear is relentless. I keep thinking about Jedidiah's words. He wants what's inside. He wants what we carry within us. What did he mean? And who is the man in the yellow raincoat, or something else? Something far more sinister. I don't know the answers. All I know is that I need to keep moving. I need to get out of this place. But I have a terrible feeling that whatever is happening here is far from over. The Maine woods feel different now, tainted, corrupted by something ancient and evil. And I'm trapped in the middle of it. The night in the abandoned shelter was the longest of my life. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded like approaching footsteps, like that dry, raspy chuckle. I huddled in my sleeping bag, clutching my trekking pole, my eyes darting nervously towards the open doorway. Sleep was a distant luxury I couldn't afford. As dawn finally broke, casting a weak, gray light through the trees, I cautiously emerged from the shelter. The rain had stopped, but the forest was still dripping and silent, an eerie stillness that felt more menacing than the storm. There was no sign of Sarah or Ben. I called out their names a few times, my voice echoing through the empty woods, but there was no response. I had no way of knowing if they had made it out of the storm, if they were even still alive. A wave of guilt washed over me. I had urged them to run, but had I led them into more danger? The thought gnawed at me, but I knew I couldn't stay here, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. I had to keep moving. I had to reach Katahdin. I started hiking, my pace slow and hesitant at first. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every sound made me jump. But as the miles wore on, a strange kind of numbness began to set in. Fear had become a constant companion, a dull ache in the background of my mind. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other, on the simple rhythm of hiking, trying to block out the terror that lurked just beneath the surface. The main section of the Appalachian Trail lived up to its reputation. The climbs were steep and relentless, the terrain rugged and unforgiving. The solitude was profound, broken only by the occasional glimpse of wildlife or the sound of my own heavy breathing. Days blurred into nights, each one marked by the same gnawing hunger, aching muscles, and pervasive sense of dread. I saw no other hikers. The trail felt deserted, abandoned. It was as if whatever had happened back near the border had scared everyone away. Or perhaps they had all encountered the man in the yellow raincoat, or something worse. The wooden bird, the vacant eyes, the tearing bite. Jedidiah's terrified whisper, "He wants what's inside." The pieces of the puzzle swirled in my mind, forming no coherent picture, only a deepening sense of unease. One evening, as the sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the trail, I came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a small, dilapidated cabin. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, the windows boarded up, the roof sagging in places. But there was a strange pull to it, a sense that I needed to go inside. Hesitantly, I approached the cabin. The front door was hanging off its hinges, creaking ominously in the gentle breeze. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The air inside was thick with the smell of dust and decay. Moonlight filtered through cracks in the walls, illuminating a single, dusty room. There was a crude wooden table in the center, surrounded by a few overturned chairs. In the corner, there was a rusty wood-burning stove. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I noticed something on the table. It was another one of those intricately carved wooden birds, identical to the one Ben had found near the main border. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't a coincidence. I slowly circled the table, my senses on high alert. Then I saw it. Scratched into the dusty surface of the table were words. Crude, uneven letters, but legible nonetheless. "He sees what you fear." My breath caught in my throat. What did it mean? How could anyone know my fears? The isolation of the trail had brought many things to the surface. Anxieties and insecurities I had long tried to bury. Had someone been watching me? Had they been listening to my thoughts? Suddenly, I heard a sound from outside. A soft rustling in the undergrowth, followed by that unmistakable dry, raspy chuckle. My heart leaped into my throat. He was here. I backed away from the table, my eyes scanning the darkness beyond the open doorway. I could hear the sound of footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate. Panic surged through me. I had to get out of here. I turned and scrambled towards the back of the cabin, hoping to find another way out. There was a small window boarded up from the inside. I clawed at the wooden planks, trying to pry them loose, but they were firmly in place. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear them just outside the front door now. I spun around, my trekking pole raised in defense. And then I saw him. He was standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the fading light. The bright yellow raincoat seemed to glow in the twilight. And then he stepped fully into the cabin, and I saw his face. It was the same gaunt face, the same pale skin stretched tight over sharp bones, the same wide, bloodshot eyes, and the same smile, that awful, unnatural smile that revealed too many sharp teeth. But this time, there was something different in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, or perhaps satisfaction. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence filled the small cabin, a suffocating weight of pure dread. I stood frozen, my trekking pole trembling in my hand. My mind was a blank slate, emptied of all thought, all emotion, save for a primal, overwhelming terror. He took a step closer, and I finally found my voice. A weak, desperate plea. "What do you want?" He tilted his head slightly, the unnatural smile never wavering. Then he reached into the pocket of his yellow raincoat and pulled something out. It was another wooden bird. He held it out to me, his pale fingers clutching it tightly. I didn't move. I couldn't. He took another step closer, and the smell reached me. A cloying, sickly sweet odor, like rotting fruit and something else, something metallic. He extended his hand further, the wooden bird still clutched in his grasp. His eyes seemed to bore into mine, as if trying to see something deep within me. And then I understood. He wasn't just seeing my fears. He was collecting them, taking them, one by one like these grotesque little trophies. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Jedidiah's words echoed in my mind. He wants what's inside. He wants what we carry within us. It wasn't our physical bodies he wanted. It was our fear, our despair, the darkness within us. He took another step, and I finally reacted. I lunged forward with my trekking pole, aiming for his chest. But he was faster than he looked. He sidestepped my attack with an unnerving agility and grabbed my arm, his grip like a vise. His smile widened even further, if that was even possible. And then he leaned in close, his breath cold and putrid on my face. "You're almost there, Finn," he whispered, his voice a dry, rustling sound. "Almost to the end." And then everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I finally came to, I was lying on the floor of the cabin, the moonlight now fully illuminating the room. The man in the yellow raincoat was gone, but the wooden bird lay on the floor beside me. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my mind still reeling from the encounter. I stumbled out of the cabin and into the night. I don't remember much of the hike after that. Days and nights blurred together. I kept walking, driven by a primal need to escape. I didn't see anyone else. The trail remained deserted. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it, the sign. The iconic wooden sign that marked the northern terminus of the Appalachian Trail. Mount Katahdin loomed majestically in the distance, its peak shrouded in mist. I had made it, I had reached the end. But as I stood there, staring at the sign, a hollow emptiness filled me. There was no sense of triumph, no feeling of accomplishment. Only a lingering fear, a deep, abiding dread that clung to me like a shadow. I had finished the Appalachian Trail, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it hadn't finished with me. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees, I can still hear that soft, raspy chuckle. And I know that somewhere out there, the man in the yellow raincoat is still smiling, waiting, collecting, and I can't shake the feeling that one day he'll come for what's left inside me. My name is Olivia, and if there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I live for the thrill of the hunt. Not in a literal, bloodthirsty sense, of course. My prey is far more elusive, far more subtle. I'm a geocacher, and for those unfamiliar with the term, imagine a global treasure hunt, where the treasures are hidden containers called caches, and the map is a set of coordinates. It's a hobby that has taken me to some incredible places, from bustling city parks to serene mountain trails. But it has also led me down paths I probably shouldn't have taken, and to locations that still send a shiver down my spine when I think about them. For months, I'd been meticulously tracking a particular geocache. It was legendary in our local geocaching community, whispered about in hushed tones on online forums, and at the occasional meet-up, they called it the Widow's Claim. The coordinates were rumored to be deep within the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina, a sprawling wilderness known for its dense foliage, rugged terrain, and a history as old and gnarled as the ancient trees that stood sentinel within its borders. What made the Widow's Claim so enticing wasn't the potential contents of the cache itself. Those were always a mystery until you found it. No, what drew geocaches to this elusive prize was the story surrounding its placement. Legend had it that the cache was hidden by a woman in the early 1900s. Her husband, a prospector, had ventured into the forest seeking his fortune and never returned. Heartbroken and desperate, she supposedly wandered the same trails, leaving behind small tokens and mementos, hoping he would somehow find his way back to her. The Widow's Claim was said to be her final offering, placed at the very spot where she last believed she might find him. Over the years, many had tried to locate it, armed with fragmented clues and whispered directions, but the Widow's Claim remained unfound, a haunting ghost in the digital landscape of geocaching. Recently, however, a new lead had surfaced. A series of cryptic entries in an old, abandoned ranger's logbook, discovered tucked away in a forgotten corner of the local historical society, seemed to point directly to the cache's location. The logbook, its pages brittle and yellowed with age, contained a series of increasingly erratic entries from a ranger station deep within the Nantahala region during the early 20th century. Mixed in with routine observations about wildlife and trail conditions were unsettling accounts of strange occurrences, unexplained noises, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Towards the end, the entries became more fragmented, almost frantic, culminating in a single, chilling sentence. "She waits by the crooked oak where the mountain weeps." Below this, someone had scribbled a set of coordinates. The geocaching community buzzed with excitement. Could this be it? Could these coordinates finally lead us to the legendary Widow's Claim? Many dismissed it as just another dead end, a tantalizing piece of local folklore that would ultimately lead nowhere. But something about the ranger's chilling final entry, the evocative imagery of the crooked oak and the weeping mountain, resonated with me. I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to follow this lead, to unravel the mystery of the Widow's Claim. The coordinates placed the cache deep within a particularly remote section of the Nantahala, an area known by locals as Devil's Tooth. The name alone sent a prickle of unease down my spine. It wasn't a popular hiking spot. Most trails in that area were overgrown and poorly maintained, and stories of strange disappearances and unexplained phenomena had circulated for years. But the allure of the unknown, the challenge of finding something that had eluded so many for so long, was too strong to resist. I spent weeks preparing. I pored over topographical maps, charting potential routes and escape plans. I meticulously checked my gear, my trusty GPS device, extra batteries, a well-stocked first aid kit, more water than I thought I could possibly need, a durable tent, a warm sleeping bag, and enough non-perishable food to last for several days, even though I planned to be back within 48 hours. I even packed a small, handheld satellite communicator, an expensive but essential piece of equipment for those venturing into areas with zero cell service. My friends, seasoned hikers themselves, raised their eyebrows at my chosen destination. Devil's Tooth live. Seriously, that place gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Stick to the well-trodden trails, why don't you? Their warnings did little to deter me. In fact, they only fueled my determination. There was a thrill in venturing off the beaten path, in experiencing the raw, untamed wilderness. Besides, the ranger's logbook mentioned a crooked oak, a distinctive landmark that I hoped would make locating the exact spot easier. And the Weeping Mountain, that could refer to any number of small streams or trickles of water that cascaded down the rocky slopes. It was vague, yes, but it was also a starting point. The day I finally set off, the air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The drive to the trailhead was long and winding, taking me deeper into the heart of the Nantahala than I had ever been before. The roads grew narrower, the trees pressed in closer, and the feeling of isolation intensified with every mile. By the time I reached the small, unmarked pull-off that I had identified as the closest access point to the coordinates, the sun was already beginning its descent. I shouldered my backpack, the weight of it a familiar and comforting pressure, and took a deep breath of the fresh, clean air. The forest here was different, older somehow. The trees were taller, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a dense canopy that filtered out most of the remaining sunlight. Shadows danced and stretched in the fading light, playing tricks on my eyes. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves seemed muted here, replaced by a profound and unsettling silence. It was the kind of silence that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, the kind of silence that felt like something was listening. I checked my GPS. The coordinates from the logbook were locked in, and the signal was strong. According to the device, the location of the widow's claim was still a good few hours' hike deeper into the woods. I consulted my map, tracing the route I had planned. It wasn't a marked trail, but the terrain, according to the topographical lines, shouldn't be too challenging. A steep incline for the first hour or so, followed by a more gradual descent into a small valley. The Crooked Oak, based on the ranger's entry and some educated guesswork on my part, should be somewhere near the bottom of that valley. With a final check of my watch and a surge of adrenaline, I started my trek. The forest floor was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves and decaying pine needles. Twisted roots snaked across my path, threatening to trip me with every step. The air grew colder as the last vestiges of sunlight faded from the canopy above. I switched on my headlamp, its beam cutting a small circle of light through the deepening gloom. As I hiked, my mind wandered back to the stories I had read about Devil's Tooth. Tales of hikers who had gotten lost and never been found, of strange lights flickering through the trees at night, of eerie whispers carried on the wind. I tried to dismiss them as local legends, the kind of spooky stories that every wilderness area seemed to accumulate over time. But a small seed of doubt had been planted, and it began to take root in the growing darkness. An hour into my hike, the incline began to steepen, just as my map had indicated. The climb was strenuous, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stopped frequently to catch my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. Each time I paused, I scanned my surroundings, my headlamp illuminating the dark shapes of the trees and the dense undergrowth. Everything looked the same, endless rows of trees stretching into the darkness, their branches clawing at the sky. Just as I was starting to question my route, I noticed something peculiar. A faint, almost imperceptible scent on the air. It was sweet, cloying, and vaguely metallic, like overripe fruit mixed with something else, something I couldn't quite place. It was unsettling, unnatural. I had hiked in countless forests before, but I had never encountered a smell quite like this. I pressed on, trying to ignore the growing unease that gnawed at me. The climb eventually leveled out, and I began my descent into the valley. The terrain here was more rugged, with loose rocks and slippery patches of moss. I had to watch my footing carefully, my headlamp the only guide in the inky blackness. As I made my way down, the strange scent intensified, becoming almost overpowering. It was coming from somewhere ahead, deeper within the valley. And then I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. A soft, rhythmic sobbing carried on the still night air. It sounded like a woman crying, a deep, heart-wrenching sound that echoed through the trees. My first thought was that someone was hurt, lost and alone in the darkness. My instincts as a geocacher, as someone who often encountered fellow adventurers in need of help, kicked in. I called out, my voice echoing through the trees, "Hello? Is anyone there? Are you okay?" The sobbing stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence, the oppressive silence of the forest amplified tenfold. Then I heard it again, closer this time, the sound of someone moving through the underbrush, the snapping of twigs and the rustling of leaves. I held my breath, my hand instinctively reaching for the small can of bear spray I carried on my belt. "Hello," I called out again, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts to sound confident. I heard crying. "Are you hurt?" There was no response, only the continued rustling in the darkness, the sound growing closer. I shone my headlamp in the direction of the noise, my beam cutting through the thick foliage. And then I saw it, a figure standing motionless in the shadows, just beyond the reach of my light. I couldn't make out any details, only a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the trees. "Who's there?" I asked, my voice now laced with a growing sense of dread. The figure remained silent, unmoving. And then, slowly, it began to step out of the shadows into the beam of my headlamp. What I saw sent a jolt of pure terror through my body, a primal fear that transcended anything I had ever experienced before. It wasn't a person. Not entirely. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Its skin was pale and stretched taut over sharp, bony features. And its eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, fixed on me with an expression that was both sorrowful and utterly malevolent. The sobbing started again, louder now, closer. It wasn't the sound of human grief. It was a guttural, choked sound, filled with an ancient sorrow and something else, something hungry. The figure took another step towards me, its long, skeletal fingers twitching. The cloying scent in the air intensified, making me gag. My mind screamed at me to run, and that's exactly what I did. I turned and fled, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't dare look back. I could still hear the sobbing, the rustling in the underbrush behind me, getting closer. The beam of my headlamp bounced wildly as I stumbled through the darkness, the trees blurring into an indistinguishable mass of shadows. I had made a bad decision. A terrible, potentially fatal decision. The widow's claim wasn't just a geocache. It was something else. Something dark. Something that should have remained lost. And now, I was being hunted in the black heart of the Nanahala by something that wasn't quite human, drawn by the lure of a story and a set of coordinates that had led me straight into a nightmare. Panic lent me a speed I didn't know I possessed. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig behind me sent a fresh wave of terror surging through my veins. I glanced over my shoulder, just for a split second, and the fleeting image of the gaunt figure, its glowing eyes burning like embers in the darkness, was enough to propel me forward with renewed urgency. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to get away. Away from that thing. Away from the sobbing. Away from the suffocating, sweet, metallic stench that clung to the air. I stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, tearing my clothes on sharp branches and tripping over unseen obstacles. My headlamp, still fixed on the path ahead, offered only a limited sphere of visibility, leaving the surrounding darkness filled with menacing shapes and imagined horrors. The terrain was treacherous. The gradual descent I had been following had given way to a more uneven landscape, littered with rocks and fallen logs. Several times I nearly twisted an ankle, and once I went sprawling, scraping my hands and knees on the rough ground. But I scrambled back to my feet each time, driven by the primal need to survive. The sobbing continued, a chilling counterpoint to my frantic flight. It seemed to be getting closer again, the guttural cries echoing through the trees, laced with an unsettling undercurrent of something akin to triumph. It was as if the creature was toying with me, letting me run just far enough to offer a flicker of hope before closing in again. I knew I couldn't keep this pace up for long. My body was screaming in protest, every muscle strained to its limit. I needed to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to catch my breath and think. But in this dense, unforgiving wilderness, there was nowhere that felt safe. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the creature drawing nearer. As I ran, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had seen. It couldn't have been human. The unnatural height, the gaunt features, the glowing eyes, it defied any logical explanation. Could it be some kind of wild animal? A bear, perhaps? Though the description didn't fit, and the sobbing that was definitely human-like, yet twisted, corrupted somehow. Then the legends of Devil's Tooth flashed through my mind, the whispers of strange creatures, of things that lurked in the shadows and preyed on those who dared to venture too deep. Could this be one of those creatures? A figment of local folklore brought to terrifying life. I pushed the thoughts away, focusing on the immediate need to escape. I veered off to the side, hoping to put some distance between myself and whatever was pursuing me. I plunged into a particularly dense thicket of rhododendrons, their tangled branches scratching at my face and clothes. The undergrowth was thick here, slowing my progress, but it offered a semblance of cover. I pushed my way through, emerging into a small clearing. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age. One of its branches grew at a bizarre angle, reaching out like a crooked finger towards the sky. The crooked oak. Could this be the landmark mentioned in the ranger's logbook? For a moment, I hesitated. Was this a sign, a clue, or just a cruel coincidence? The sobbing was still audible, though fainter now, suggesting that I had managed to put some distance between us. I decided to take a chance. The dense foliage around the clearing might offer a better hiding place than the open forest. I scrambled behind the crooked oak, pressing myself against its rough bark, trying to catch my breath. The cloying scent was still present, though less here. I switched off my headlamp, plunging myself into near, total darkness. My eyes strained to adjust, trying to pierce the gloom. The sounds of pursuit drew closer. I could hear the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves just beyond the edge of the clearing. The sobbing was louder again, interspersed with a new sound, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drumbeat that threatened to betray my hiding place. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my racing thoughts, focusing on the sounds outside the clearing. The rustling stopped just at the edge of the trees. The growling intensified, a deep, menacing sound that vibrated in the air. I could almost feel the creature's presence, its malevolent gaze searching for me in the darkness. Then the sobbing started again, right at the edge of the clearing. It was closer than ever, and I could hear a new element to it, a wet, gurgling sound that made my stomach churn. I stayed perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity. The silence that followed the sobbing was even more terrifying, a pregnant pause that suggested the creature knew I was close. Suddenly, a twig snapped just a few feet away from my hiding place. I flinched, my eyes snapping open. I could see a dark shape moving through the undergrowth, its silhouette barely discernible in the darkness. It was close, too close. I knew I couldn't stay hidden behind the tree forever. It offered little real protection. If the creature found me, I would be trapped. I needed a plan, an escape route. My eyes scanned the clearing, desperately searching for anything that could offer an advantage. On the far side, I noticed a steep, rocky slope leading up the side of the valley. It looked treacherous, but it was my only chance. If I could make it to the top, I might be able to lose the creature in the dense undergrowth. Taking a deep breath, I made my decision. As the dark shape moved closer to the crooked oak, I sprang from my hiding place and sprinted towards the rocky slope. The loose stones shifted under my feet, making the climb difficult, but I pushed myself upward, scrambling over boulders and pulling myself up by exposed roots. I could hear the creature behind me, its guttural growls growing louder as it realized I had moved. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it emerge from the clearing, its unnaturally long limbs propelling it forward with surprising speed. It was gaining on me. The climb was steep and arduous, my muscles screaming in protest. I slipped and stumbled several times, scraping my hands and knees, but I kept going, fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror. I could feel the creature's presence just below me, hear its heavy breathing, and and the scraping of its claws on the rocks. Just as I thought it was about to reach me, I stumbled over the crest of the hill and tumbled down the other side. I landed in a thick tangle of thorny bushes, the sharp thorns tearing at my skin and clothes. Pain shot through my body, but I didn't dare stop. I scrambled out of the bushes and kept running, deeper into the darkness. The terrain here was different. The rocky slope had given way to a dense forest of pine trees, their needles creating a thick carpet on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of pine, momentarily masking the cloying sweetness that had haunted me since I first encountered the creature. I ran until my lungs felt like they were about to burst, until my legs were numb with exhaustion. Finally, when I could no longer hear the creature's pursuit, I collapsed against the base of a large pine tree, gasping for breath. I was hurt, disoriented, and utterly terrified, but I was alive, for now. I had managed to escape, but I knew the creature was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, hunting me. I was alone deep in the heart of Devil's Tooth, with no idea how to get back to safety, and the night was still young. As I sat there, trying to regain my composure, I noticed something else. The sobbing had stopped, but in its place I heard a new sound. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from somewhere in the darkness. Tap, tap, tap. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like something gently knocking against a tree trunk. My blood ran cold. Was the creature still tracking me? Was this a new tactic, a way to lure me out of hiding? Or was it something else entirely? I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the direction of the tapping. It seemed to be coming from further down the slope, towards the valley I had just escaped. Tap, tap, tap. Slowly, hesitantly, I reached into my backpack and pulled out my headlamp. My hand trembled as I switched it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. I scanned the surrounding trees, but saw nothing. The tapping continued, the rhythm steady and unwavering. Tap, tap, tap. Against my better judgment, curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, began to creep in. What was making that sound? Was it connected to the creature? Or was it something else entirely? Something even more sinister. Ignoring the warning screaming in my head, I slowly stood up, my muscles protesting with every movement. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The tapping continued, guiding me deeper into the darkness. As I moved, I noticed something else on the ground. Small, intricately carved wooden figures. They were scattered amongst the pine needles, almost hidden in the darkness. They depicted strange, grotesque creatures with elongated limbs and glowing eyes, and each one was positioned so that it was facing in the direction of the tapping. A wave of nausea washed over me. These weren't random carvings. They were deliberate. They were a trail, and I was following it. The tapping led me to a small, overgrown path I hadn't noticed before. It was barely visible in the beam of my headlamp, but the disturbed undergrowth suggested it had been used recently. The wooden figures continued to appear along the edges of the path, each one a silent, menacing guide. As I followed the path, the air grew colder, and the scent of pine was replaced by that sickly sweet, metallic odor once again. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as if beckoning me forward. And then I saw it. At the end of the path, bathed in the eerie glow of my headlamp, stood a small, dilapidated cabin. Its windows were dark and empty, like vacant eyes staring out into the night. The door hung crookedly on its hinges, creaking softly in the gentle breeze. The tapping was coming from inside the cabin. Tap, tap, tap. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. Everything about this place felt wrong. The silence, the darkness, the ominous tapping, it all screamed danger. But I couldn't turn back now. I had followed this trail, this morbid breadcrumb path, this far. I had to know what was inside. I had to know the source of the tapping. Taking a deep breath, I slowly approached the cabin, my hand instinctively reaching for the bear spray on my belt. The wooden figures were clustered around the entrance, their grotesque faces seeming to watch me as I drew nearer. With a trembling hand, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The air in the cabin was thick with dust and the same cloying scent I had encountered in the forest. The interior was small and sparsely furnished, containing only a rickety wooden table, a couple of broken chairs, and a stained mattress lying on the floor. The tapping was coming from the table. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly raised my headlamp, its beam illuminating the tabletop. And what I saw made my blood run colder than the night air outside. Seated at the table was the gaunt figure I had seen in the forest. Its glowing eyes were fixed on me, its pale, skeletal face contorted into a grotesque parody of a smile. and in its long, bony fingers it held a small, intricately carved wooden figure, a figure that looked exactly like me. With a slow, deliberate movement, it tapped the wooden figure against the table. Tap, 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 and then it spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, like dry leaves skittering across the ground. "Welcome, Olivia," it said. "We've been waiting for you." My breath hitched in my throat. The creature's voice, though barely audible, resonated with an ancient, chilling power. It knew my name. How could it possibly know my name? 1,000 terrifying possibilities flooded my mind, each more horrifying than the last. I gripped the bear spray tighter, my hand trembling. "What are you?" I managed to stammer out, my voice barely a whisper. The figure chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of its hollow chest. "We are the Watchers," it rasped, its glowing eyes never leaving mine. "The keepers of this place. And you, Olivia, you have trespassed." My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for any means of escape. The door was behind me, but the creature stood between me and it. The windows were too small and likely boarded up from the inside. I was trapped. "I was just looking for a Jukesh," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The widow's claim. The figure's smile widened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth that seemed too large for its mouth. Yes, the widow's claim. She left it for him, you know. A final offering, a promise to wait. Wait for who, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. For him, of course. The creature replied, its head tilting slightly. The one who never returned. The mountain took him, and she never forgave it. It gestured with the wooden figure in its hand. She poured her grief, her anger, her endless sorrow into this valley, and it listened. It gave her guardians, watchers to ensure her claim was never forgotten, to keep the intruders away. The creature's gaze intensified, its glowing eyes burning into my soul. "You are an intruder, Olivia. You seek to disturb the peace of this place, to claim what is not yours." "I didn't know," I pleaded. "I just thought it was a game, a hidden box." The creature's expression didn't change. "This is no game, child. This is hallowed ground, ground soaked with tears and stained with blood." It raised the wooden figure, holding it aloft. "The mountain remembers, and so do we." Suddenly, the tapping started again, louder, now more frantic. It wasn't coming from the creature's hand. It seemed to be coming from all around me, from the walls of the cabin, from the floorboards beneath my feet, from the very air itself. Tap, 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 tap. The shadows in the cabin seemed to deepen, to wreathe and twist in the flickering light of my headlamp. I could hear other sounds now, too. Soft whispers, like the rustling of dry leaves, carried on the stagnant air. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, voices just at the edge of my hearing, murmuring unintelligible words. The creature at the table stood up, its gaunt frame impossibly tall and slender. It moved with a jerky, unnatural grace, its long limbs unfolding like a spider's. It took a step towards me and the tapping intensified, growing into a deafening cacophony. Fear gave way to a desperate surge of adrenaline. I had to do something. I raised the can of bear spray and aimed it at the creature's glowing eyes. I pressed the nozzle and a cloud of fiery orange mist filled the air. The creature recoiled, its raspy hiss turning into a choked shriek. It stumbled backward, its long, skeletal hands clutching at its face. The glowing in its eyes flickered and dimmed. Taking advantage of the momentary reprieve, I spun around and lunged for the door. I threw it open and burst out of the cabin, back into the darkness of the forest. The tapping followed me, an incessant drumming in my ears. The whispers seemed to swirl around me, voices just out of sight, just beyond comprehension. I didn't stop running. I plunged back into the dense undergrowth, ignoring the thorns and branches that tore at my skin. I could hear the creature behind me, its shrieks of pain and rage echoing through the trees. But it sounded disoriented. The bear spray had bought me some time. I ran blindly, my headlamp bouncing wildly, the beam catching on fleeting glimpses of the twisted trees and the dark, unforgiving forest floor. I had no sense of direction, no idea where I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and the cabin and the horrors it contained. The terrain grew steeper as I stumbled upwards, the climb taking me away from the valley and back towards the ridge I had descended earlier. My lungs burned, my legs were leaden, and my body screamed for rest. But I knew I couldn't stop. Not yet. The tapping eventually faded into the background, replaced by the sound of my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. But the whispers persisted, Swirling around me like a malevolent breeze, their unintelligible murmurings a constant reminder of the terror I had just experienced. As I climbed higher, the first faint hints of dawn began to appear on the eastern horizon, painting the sky in pale shades of gray and purple. The forest around me slowly began to take shape, the dark, menacing shadows of the night retreating with the rising sun. The sight of the approaching dawn gave me a renewed sense of hope. Surely, in the daylight, the creature wouldn't be able to follow me. Surely, the woods wouldn't seem so menacing in the light. But the whispers continued, even as the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, a constant, unsettling presence that I couldn't shake. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a familiar sight, a small, overgrown trail that I recognized from my earlier trek. Following it with a renewed sense of purpose, I eventually emerged back onto the logging road where I had parked my car. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys in my trembling hands. The engine roared to life, and I didn't waste a second pulling away, leaving the dark, foreboding woods of the Nantahala behind me. As I drove, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the gaunt figure or its glowing eyes peering out from the trees. But there was nothing, only the endless expanse of the forest, silent and still in the morning light. I didn't stop driving until I was far away from Devil's Tooth, far away from the Nantahala. When I finally reached the safety of my home, I collapsed onto my couch, every muscle in my body aching, my mind still reeling from the horrors of the night. I'll never forget what happened in those woods. The chilling encounter with the creature, the incessant tapping, the whispering voices, they are etched into my memory, a terrifying reminder of the darkness that lurks in the remote corners of the world. I've told a few people about my experience, but most just dismissed it as a bad dream, a product of an overactive imagination fueled by too many late night horror stories. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that there are some places in this world where you shouldn't venture, some mysteries that are best left unsolved. I'll probably never go geocaching in the Nantahala National Forest again. The thrill of the hunt is no longer worth the risk of what you might find. Some caches are better left unfound, some claims are better left unclaimed, and some whispers are best left unanswered. As I sit here now, writing this down, the sun is shining brightly outside, but every now and then I hear it. A faint, almost imperceptible tapping. And the whispers, I can still hear the whispers. They're always there, just at the edge of my hearing, a chilling reminder that the watchers are still out there. And they remember my name. My name is Ben, and up until last weekend, the most adventurous thing I'd ever done was try a new flavor of instant ramen. Seriously, my idea of the great outdoors involved a picnic blanket in my local park, strategically placed within easy reach of the ice cream truck. But lately something had been nagging at me. A restlessness, a whisper in the back of my mind that told me I was missing out. Everyone I knew seemed to have some epic tale of conquering a mountain or navigating a treacherous trail, or at the very least surviving a night in a tent without ordering takeout. I felt left out, pathetic even. So, in a fit of what I can only describe as temporary insanity fueled by too many nature documentaries, I decided to become a backpacker. And not just any backpacker, mind you. I was going to tackle a loop in Vermont. I'd seen pictures online, lush green forests, crystal clear streams, the kind of scenery that looked like it belonged on a postcard. It seemed manageable. A short loop, the websites promised. Perfect for beginners. What could possibly go wrong? Famous last words, I know. I spent weeks meticulously planning. I bought a ridiculously expensive backpack with more straps and compartments than a spaceship. I researched the best hiking boots, which, in hindsight, I probably should have broken in more thoroughly than just wearing them around my apartment. I even watched countless YouTube videos on how to pack efficiently, which mostly resulted in me feeling overwhelmed and slightly nauseous. My apartment looked like a small outdoor gear store exploded, but eventually, I managed to cram everything I thought I needed into that behemoth of a backpack. The drive to Vermont was uneventful. I even felt a little thrill of excitement as I pulled into the trailhead parking lot. The air was crisp and clean, the sun was shining, and the trees were a vibrant mix of late summer greens and early autumn golds. This was it, I thought. My grand adventure. My chance to prove to myself Seville, and maybe to my overly outdoorsy cousin, Mark, who never let me forget the time I got lost in a corn maze that I could handle the wilderness. The first few hours were actually enjoyable. The trail was well marked, the incline was gentle, and the scenery was every bit as beautiful as the pictures had promised. I even managed to strike up a conversation with a couple of older hikers who gave me some encouraging words and complimented my shiny new boots. I felt like a seasoned pro. I was practically one with nature. Then, somewhere around mid-afternoon, things started to go downhill. Literally, the trail began to wind and descend more steeply, and the once clear markings became less clear. I consulted my map, a large, folded thing that seemed determined to remain stubbornly creased, no matter how hard I tried to flatten it. The landmarks around me didn't quite match what I was seeing on the paper. A particular bend in the easily identifiable stream looked suspiciously different, and that unmistakable rock formation seemed to have vanished entirely. Panic started to bubble in my chest, a cold, unpleasant feeling that spread through my limbs. I told myself to stay calm. I was just a little disoriented. It happened to everyone, right? I decided to backtrack, retracing my steps to the last point where I was absolutely sure I was on the right path. Except I couldn't find it. Every tree, every rock, every twist and turn of the trail looked the same. It was like the forest itself was playing a cruel trick on me, shifting and rearranging itself to keep me lost. The sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and stretched the familiar shapes of the forest into menacing figures. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the woods, which had once been a comforting symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves, now seemed to hold a darker, more unsettling quality. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of fear through me. My phone, of course, had no signal. I'd checked it about a dozen times in the last hour, each time met with the same frustrating "no service" notification. I was alone, the light was fading, and I had no idea where I was. My short, easy loop had somehow transformed into a terrifying descent into the unknown. As darkness fully enveloped the forest, I decided to stop moving. Stumbling around in the dark was just asking for trouble. I found a relatively flat spot beneath a large pine tree, pulled out my sleeping pad and bag, and huddled inside, trying to ignore the gnawing hunger in my stomach and the increasingly frantic thoughts in my head. Every sound outside my flimsy nylon tent felt amplified, every rustle sounding like heavy footsteps, every hoot of an owl like a sinister laugh. Sleep was impossible. My senses were on high alert, every nerve ending screaming at me that I was vulnerable, exposed. I kept thinking about all the horror stories I'd ever read or seen lost hikers, strange creatures in the woods, things that go bump in the night and are definitely not just the wind. My imagination, usually a source of comfort and creativity, had turned into my worst enemy, conjuring up terrifying scenarios with vivid detail. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, when the darkness and the silence and the sheer terror of being utterly alone in the wilderness were about to break me, I saw it. A light. It was faint, a small, flickering glow in the distance, but it was there, a beacon in the oppressive blackness. Hope surged through me, a powerful wave that momentarily washed away the fear. Someone else was out here. Maybe they were lost too, or maybe they had a cabin or a phone, or at the very least, they could point me back to the trail. Driven by a desperate need for human contact, I started walking towards the light. It seemed to move, bobbing gently through the trees, sometimes disappearing behind the dense foliage only to reappear a moment later. It wasn't a steady light like a flashlight. It had a softer, more organic quality to it, almost like a lantern or a flame. The ground beneath my feet became uneven, and the trees grew thicker, their branches gnarled and twisted like skeletal fingers reaching out to grab me. The air grew heavy, and a strange, earthy smell filled my nostrils. Something akin to damp soil and something else. Something I couldn't quite place, but it wasn't pleasant. As I got closer, the light became brighter, and I could make out the source. It wasn't a lantern, and it certainly wasn't a campfire. It was something else, something I had never seen before. It was a structure of some kind, nestled in a small clearing. It looked almost like a crude hut, built from rough, hewn logs and covered with a tangled mass of vines and leaves. The flickering light seemed to be coming from within, casting strange, dancing shadows on the walls. But what truly caught my attention, what made the blood run cold in my veins, was the fact that this structure wasn't on my map, not even as a vague, unverified point of interest. This place simply didn't exist. Hesitantly, I approached, My initial relief at finding another human presence had morphed into a deep, unsettling unease. There was something wrong here, something fundamentally off. The silence around the hut was unnerving, broken only by the occasional crackle of the unseen light and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I stopped a few feet away, my hand hovering over the rough wooden door. Should I knock? Should I call out? What if whoever was inside wasn't friendly? What if this wasn't a place of refuge, but something far more sinister? Taking a deep breath, I swallowed my fear and raised my hand to knock. But before my knuckles could connect with the wood, the door creaked open, slowly, silently, and what I saw inside made my blood run colder than the night air. The interior of the hut was dimly lit by what looked like several tallow candles stuck on rough wooden planks. The air inside was thick with the same strange, earthy smell I'd noticed outside, now mixed with a pungent, almost metallic odor that made my stomach churn. It was warmer inside than out, but not in a comforting way. It felt close and stifling, like stepping into a tomb. My eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom, but as they did, I began to make out the shapes within. It wasn't what I expected. There was no furniture, no sign of anyone living there in a conventional sense. The walls were bare, save for some crude drawings scratched into the wood. They depicted strange, stick-like figures with elongated limbs and what appeared to be multiple eyes. Some were arranged in circular patterns around a central symbol I didn't recognize, something like a spiral with 3 prongs extending from it. The drawings were unsettling, primitive yet somehow deeply disturbing. And then I saw them. In the center of the hut, arranged in a semi-circle, were several figures. At first, in the dim light, I thought they were oddly shaped bundles of cloth or perhaps animal hides. But as I edged closer, my heart pounding in my chest, I realized with a jolt of pure terror what they actually were. They were people, or at least they had once been people. They were emaciated, their skin stretched taut over bone, their eyes wide and vacant, staring blankly ahead. They were all sitting upright, their backs resting against the wall, and they were completely still. Unnaturally still. It was like stepping into some grotesque museum display, a collection of human specimens frozen in time. A soft, rhythmic sound filled the air, a low, guttural humming that seemed to emanate from the figures themselves. It wasn't a vocalization in the traditional sense, more of a vibration that resonated deep within their chests. It was deeply unsettling, a sound that crawled under my skin and made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I wanted to run. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn and flee back into the darkness, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this horrifying place. But my feet felt rooted to the spot, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. Were they dead? Or something worse? As I continued to observe them, I noticed something else. Each of the figures had markings on their foreheads etched deep into their skin. They were the same 3-pronged spiral symbol that I had seen in the drawings on the wall. The symbols seemed to glow faintly in the candlelight, an eerie luminescence that pulsed in time with the humming sound. Suddenly, one of the figures twitched. It was a small movement, barely perceptible at first. A finger, then an eyelid fluttering open. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a museum. This was something else entirely. The humming intensified, and one by one the other figures began to move. Their heads lolled, their limbs stirred, their vacant eyes slowly focusing on me. There was no recognition in their gaze, no spark of humanity. They looked hollow. Empty shells inhabited by something malevolent. Fear, raw and primal, finally broke through the paralysis. I stumbled backward, my hand reaching instinctively for the pocket knife I carried in my backpack. It felt woefully inadequate against whatever these things were. One of the figures, a gaunt woman with long, tangled hair, slowly raised an arm. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, like a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. Her mouth opened and a raspy, clicking sound escaped her lips. It wasn't a word, not even close. It was more like the sound of dry bones rubbing together. Another figure, a man with sunken cheeks and hollow eyes, began to rise to his feet. He moved with the same disturbing stiffness, his joints cracking with each movement. He took a tentative step towards me, and the humming grew louder, more insistent. I knew I had to get out of there. Now I turned and scrambled back towards the doorway, my backpack snagging on something behind me. I ripped it free, not caring if I tore it, and burst out of the hut and back into the darkness. The night air felt cold against my skin, but it was a welcome relief after the oppressive atmosphere inside. I didn't stop to think, didn't dare to look back. I just ran. I ran blindly through the forest, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face. The darkness was disorienting, the trees looming like shadowy giants, but the terror of what I had seen propelled me forward. I could hear the faint humming behind me, a persistent, unsettling drone that seemed to follow me through the trees. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get away. Away from the hut, away from those figures, away from whatever unholy place I had stumbled upon. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I couldn't stop. The image of those vacant eyes, the sound of that guttural humming, were burned into my mind. After what felt like an eternity, the humming began to fade. I risked a glance over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. Still, I didn't slow down. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my muscles screamed in protest and my breath came in ragged gasps. Finally, I collapsed against the base of a tree, my body shaking uncontrollably. I was still deep in the woods, surrounded by the darkness and the unfamiliar sounds of the night, but the immediate threat seemed to have passed. For now, as I slowly began to catch my breath, a chilling realization dawned on me. Those figures in the hut, they hadn't seemed surprised to see me. It was like they had been expecting someone. In their eyes, they hadn't held any malice, just a strange, unsettling emptiness. It was as if whatever had taken over them had stripped away their humanity, leaving behind only these hollow shells animated by that eerie humming and marked with that bizarre symbol. The questions raced through my mind. What were they? What had happened to them? And what was the meaning of those drawings on the wall? Was this some kind of cult? Some ancient ritual gone wrong? Or something far more supernatural? I had come into the woods seeking adventure, a brief escape from the mundane reality of my life. What I had found was something far beyond my wildest nightmares. Something that didn't belong on any map, something that felt ancient and wrong. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky with pale streaks of light, a new wave of fear washed over me. The darkness had offered a kind of anonymity, a veil that had hidden the full extent of my predicament. But with the coming of the day, I knew I would have to face the reality of where I was, and the terrifying encounter I had just survived. I had to find my way back. Back to the trail, back to civilization, back to anything that felt safe and familiar. But the forest now felt different, tainted by the horror I had witnessed. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. The beauty I had admired just yesterday now felt like a deceptive mask, hiding something dark and sinister beneath its surface. As I started to move again, my body stiff and sore, I noticed something lying on the ground near where I had collapsed. It was small, made of woven twigs and feathers, and it bore the same three-pronged spiral symbol that I had seen on the foreheads of the figures in the hut and scratched on the walls. I stared at it for a long moment, a shiver running down my spine. It was a sign, a message, a reminder of what I had encountered in the heart of the woods. And as I looked up at the dawning sky, I couldn't shake the feeling that my brief foray into backpacking had just taken a very, very dark turn. My short loop in Vermont had led me to a place that wasn't on any map, and I had a terrifying feeling that finding my way back might be the least of my worries. The woods held a secret, and I had stumbled upon it. Now, I had to figure out how to survive knowing it. The small woven object felt cold and unnatural in my hand. I dropped it as if it were a burning coal, my heart hammering against my ribs. The sight of that symbol, so crudely yet deliberately crafted, was a stark reminder that the horror I had witnessed wasn't a dream. It was real, and it felt like it was still very close. With a renewed sense of urgency, I started walking, trying to orient myself based on the position of the rising sun. My memory of the trail was hazy at best, a jumbled mess of left and right turns that now seemed utterly meaningless. Every rustling leaf sounded like approaching footsteps. Every shadow seemed to conceal those vacant eyes staring back at me. Paranoia gnawed at me, making me question every sound, every movement. Was I being followed? Were those things from the hut still out there, lurking in the trees? Days blurred into a tiring cycle of walking, resting, and constantly looking over my shoulder. Hunger became a dull ache in my stomach, and thirst made my throat feel like sandpaper. The energy bars and trail mix I had packed were long gone, and the thought of foraging for food in these woods filled me with unease. What if I ate something poisonous? What if I stumbled upon another one of those unmapped places? Sleep offered little respite. Every time I closed my eyes, the image of the figures in the hut flashed before me, their silent, humming presence filling my mind. I would often jolt awake in a cold sweat, convinced that I could hear that faint, unsettling drone in the distance. After what felt like an eternity, I finally saw something that sparked a glimmer of hope. A faded blue blaze mark on a tree, the trail markers I had followed on my fated first day. My heart leaped with a surge of relief, so intense it almost brought me to my knees. I was back on the trail! Following the blue blazes, I pushed myself forward, my exhaustion momentarily forgotten. The trail seemed different now, less inviting, more ominous. Every familiar landmark I vaguely remembered from my initial hike seemed to carry a new, sinister undertone. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that the experience in the hut had changed something within me. The innocence and naivete I had carried into these woods were gone, replaced by a gnawing fear and a profound distrust of the natural world. The wilderness, which had once seemed beautiful and serene, now felt alien and hostile, a place where things that shouldn't exist could thrive in the shadows. Finally, after what felt like an agonizingly long time, I heard the distant sound of traffic. The low hum of engines, the occasional honk of a horn. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. With a final burst of energy, I stumbled towards the noise, pushing through the last of the trees and emerging onto a small, winding road. A pickup truck rumbled past, and I waved my arms frantically. The driver, a grizzled man in a flannel shirt, looked surprised to see me, but thankfully pulled over. I recounted my story in a rushed, disjointed manner, my voice still hoarse and shaky. He listened with a mixture of disbelief and concern, his eyes widening slightly when I described the unmapped hut and the figures inside. He drove me to the nearest town, a small, sleepy place with a general store and a gas station. The bright fluorescent lights and the sound of people talking felt almost overwhelming after the oppressive darkness and silence of the woods. I called the authorities, my hands trembling as I spoke to the dispatcher. I told them about getting lost, about finding the strange hut, about the people I had seen inside. They listened politely, but I could sense the skepticism in their voices. They asked for the exact location of the hut, but I had no coordinates, no landmarks to give them. All I could say was that it wasn't on the map. A search party was organized, but after several days of scouring the area I had described, they found nothing. No hut, no signs of any unusual activity, just the dense, unforgiving Vermont wilderness. They suggested I might have been hallucinating, suffering from exhaustion or dehydration. Maybe they were right. Maybe my mind had played tricks on me after getting lost and scared in the woods. But I knew what I had seen. I knew the feeling of absolute dread that had washed over me in that hut, the disturbing stillness of those figures, the faint, rhythmic humming that still echoed in my nightmares. I tried to put the experience behind me, to return to my normal, uneventful life. But it wasn't easy. The memory of the unmapped hut and its silent inhabitants haunted my waking hours and filled my dreams with a creeping dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something ancient and malevolent, something that preferred to remain hidden from the world. I never went backpacking again. The allure of the wilderness had been replaced by a deep-seated fear. The thought of venturing into the woods, of straying even slightly from the marked trails, filled me with a sense of profound unease. My short loop in Vermont had shown me a side of nature I never knew existed, a dark and terrifying underbelly that lay just beyond the edge of our maps and our understanding. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind howls outside, I still hear it, a faint, low humming that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. And I can't help but wonder if those vacant eyes are still staring out into the darkness, waiting for the next lost soul to stumble upon their unholy sanctuary. The woods hold secrets, some beautiful, some terrifying. And I learned the hard way that some secrets are best left undiscovered, buried deep within the unmapped places of the world. You can call me Sam. My buddy Dale and I had been planning this hunting trip for months. Life in Atlanta had been grinding us down, the endless traffic and the constant hum of the city getting under our skin. We needed a break, a chance to disconnect and breathe some real air. The Georgia mountains seemed like the perfect escape. We'd heard stories from Dale's uncle about a spot deep in the Chattahoochee National Forest where the deer were plentiful and the woods were thick and wild. That sounded like exactly what we were after. Dale is your classic southern boy, tall, lanky, with a good old drawl that comes out thicker the more excited he gets. He's the kind of guy who knows his way around the woods, can tell you which berries are safe to eat, and which will send you running for the nearest outhouse, and can track a buck through the thickest underbrush like it's an open field. We've been friends since high school, played football together, chased girls still with varying degrees of success, and generally gotten into our fair share of trouble. These hunting trips have become a yearly tradition for us, a way to reconnect with each other and with nature, even if most of the time we end up just telling tall tales around a campfire and drinking too much cheap beer. This year felt different though. Maybe it was the unusually warm October weather, or maybe it was just a feeling I couldn't quite shake. But there was an edge to the air that I hadn't noticed on our previous trips. We arrived at our chosen spot late on Friday afternoon, the sun already starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The drive up had been beautiful, the winding mountain roads cutting through forests ablaze with fall colors. But as we turned onto the dirt track that led to our campsite, a sense of isolation washed over me. We were miles from any paved road, no cell service to speak of, just us and the dense, silent woods. We set up camp quickly, our movements practiced and efficient after years of doing this. The tent went up without a hitch, the fire pit was cleared, and soon we had a crackling fire going, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. Dale had brought his trusty old rifle, a Remington 700 that had belonged to his grandfather, and I had my bow, a Matthews that I'd saved up for years to buy. We weren't trophy hunters by any means. We were just looking to fill the freezer with some venison. That first night was peaceful enough. We grilled some burgers over the open fire, drank a few beers, and told stories about work and life. The sounds of the forest were all around us, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. It was the kind of soundtrack that usually lulled me into a deep and restful sleep. But that night, I found myself waking up several times to the sound of something. It wasn't quite a rustle, and it wasn't quite a snap. It was more like a heavy, deliberate footstep just beyond the edge of our campsite. Each time I woke up, I held my breath and listened, my heart pounding in my chest. But then the sound would stop and the silence would return, thick and heavy like a blanket. I told myself it was just a deer, or maybe a bear sniffing around for food, but the feeling of unease lingered. The next morning we were up before dawn, the air cold and crisp. We brewed some coffee over the fire and ate a quick breakfast of granola bars. The plan was simple: head out in opposite directions, try our luck for a few hours, and meet back at camp around lunchtime. Dale headed east, towards a ridge he knew was a popular spot for deer, while I went west, following a small creek that snaked its way through the trees. The woods were beautiful that morning, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in golden shafts. The air was filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I moved slowly and deliberately, scanning the undergrowth for any sign of movement. After a couple of hours, I spotted a doe grazing in a small clearing. I stalked closer, my heart pounding in my chest, and managed to get within 30 yards. I drew back my bow, took aim, and released the arrow. It flew true, and the doe went down quickly and cleanly. Relief and satisfaction washed over me. We had our deer. It wasn't a huge buck, but it was enough to fill the freezer. I field dressed the doe, a task I'd done countless times before, and started the slow process of dragging it back towards camp. It was heavy work, and the silence of the woods, which had been peaceful earlier, now felt different, more oppressive, like I was being watched. I stopped several times to rest, leaning against trees and catching my breath. Each time I scanned the surrounding woods, my eyes searching for any movement. But all I saw were the trees, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. I told myself it was just my imagination, the feeling of being alone in the vast wilderness playing tricks on my mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the orange glow of our tent through the trees. Relief flooded through me, and I picked up my pace, eager to get back to camp and share my success with Dale. He wasn't there. The fire had died down to embers, and the campsite was empty. I called out his name, my voice echoing through the silent woods. Only the chirping of birds answered me. I checked inside the tent, but his sleeping bag was still rolled up, untouched. His rifle was leaning against a nearby tree. That wasn't like Dale. He never went anywhere without his rifle. A knot of fear tightened in my stomach. Where could he be? He knew the woods as well as I did. He wouldn't just wander off without telling me, especially not leaving his rifle behind. I started to feel that prickling sensation again, the feeling of being watched. I spun around, my eyes darting from tree to tree, searching for any sign of movement, and then I saw it. High up in the branches of a massive oak, something was looking down at me. It was difficult to make out clearly in the dappled sunlight, but I could see two glowing eyes, burning like embers in the shadows. They were too big for a deer, too high up for a bear. And there was something else about them, something intelligent, something predatory. A wave of icy fear washed over me, chilling me to the bone. This wasn't just a wild animal. This was something else. Something that had been watching us. Something that might have taken Dale. I fumbled for the knife on my belt, my hand shaking. The glowing eyes in the tree didn't move, just watched me with an unnerving intensity. I took a step back, then another, my eyes never leaving the creature in the tree. I had to get out of here. I had to find Dale. But as I turned to run, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural growl coming from the woods behind me. I was trapped. The growl that ripped through the stillness of the woods wasn't like anything I had ever heard before. It wasn't the deep rumble of a bear or the sharp bark of a coyote. This was lower, more guttural, with a distinct resonance that vibrated in my chest. It sounded ancient. I slowly turned, my knife clutched tightly in my trembling hand. Emerging from the dense undergrowth was a creature that defied any logical explanation. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, and gone its limbs unnaturally long and spindly. Its skin was a sickly pale, stretched taut over what appeared to be bone. 2 more of those glowing eyes stared at me from a face that was vaguely humanoid, but twisted into a grotesque parody of human features. Its mouth was wide, filled with rows upon rows of sharp, jagged teeth that looked capable of tearing flesh with ease. A low, wet snuffling sound came from its nostrils as it took a step closer, its long, clawed fingers flexing in the dim light filtering through the trees. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. My mind screamed for me to run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. But my legs felt like lead, frozen in place. I had never seen anything like this before. It wasn't an animal, it was something else. Something that felt wrong, fundamentally unnatural. The creature took another step, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath its weight. The smell that emanated from it was putrid, like decaying meat and damp earth. I gagged, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. This couldn't be real. This had to be some kind of nightmare. But the cold sweat dripping down my back and the frantic pounding of my heart told me otherwise. I tried to speak, to yell for Dale, but my throat was constricted with fear. All that came out was a choked gasp. The creature tilted its head, its glowing eyes never leaving mine. It let out another low growl, this one closer, more menacing. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that this thing was hunting us. Suddenly, I remembered the deer I had left just a few yards away. The scent of its blood likely carried on the breeze. Maybe that was what had attracted this thing. Maybe if I could distract it, I could make a run for it. With a surge of adrenaline, I threw my knife towards the deer carcass. It clattered against the ground, the metallic sound echoing in the sudden silence. The creature's glowing eyes flickered towards the sound for a split second. That was all the time I needed. I turned and ran, my legs pumping as hard as they could. The woods seemed to blur around me as I plunged through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. I didn't dare look back, terrified of what I might see. All I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart. I ran blindly, without any sense of direction, just wanting to put as much distance as possible between myself and that thing. I stumbled and fell several times, scraping my knees and hands, but I didn't stop. The image of those glowing eyes and that grotesque face was burned into my mind, driving me forward. After what felt like an eternity, my lungs burning and my legs aching, I finally slowed down, collapsing against the trunk of a large pine tree. I gasped for breath, trying to get my bearings. I had no idea where I was. The woods all looked the same, a confusing maze of trees and shadows. The silence had returned, but it was a different kind of silence now. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the morning. It was a heavy, oppressive silence that felt pregnant with menace. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I had to find Dale. The thought spurred me into action. He might be in danger. That thing might have already gotten to him. The image of Dale lying helpless in the woods filled me with a renewed sense of urgency. I started to walk again, moving cautiously, listening intently for any sound. I called out Dale's name, my voice hoarse and weak. "Dale, can you hear me?" Only silence answered. I kept walking, my eyes scanning the ground for any sign of him, a dropped piece of gear, a broken branch, anything. After about an hour, I came across something that made my stomach churn. It was his hunting boot. It was lying in the middle of a small clearing, as if it had been suddenly pulled off his foot. The laces were broken, and the leather was torn in several places. There was no sign of Dale. I picked up the boot, my hand trembling. It was still damp on the inside. He couldn't have been gone for long. But where was he, and what could have ripped his boot off like that? Panic started to set in. I felt a desperate urge to run, to get out of these woods as fast as I could. But I couldn't leave Dale. I wouldn't. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. I needed to think logically. What would Dale have done? If he had been attacked, where would he have gone? Then I remembered something he had told me about this area. There was an old abandoned logging cabin a few miles to the north, near a small stream. He said his uncle used to use it as a shelter during bad weather. Maybe, just maybe, he had managed to get there. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead I had. I took a compass out of my backpack, oriented myself to the north, and started walking, my pace quickening with a flicker of hope. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon again, casting long, eerie shadows through the trees. The woods were growing darker, and the sounds of the night were beginning to emerge. The hooting of owls, the chirping of insects, and that ever-present rustling in the undergrowth that kept me constantly on edge. As I walked, I kept calling out Dale's name, my voice growing increasingly desperate. Each unanswered call chipped away at my hope. After what felt like hours, I finally saw it, a faint glimmer of light through the trees. I quickened my pace, pushing through the tangled undergrowth, and then I saw the cabin. It was small and dilapidated, the wooden walls weathered and gray. Several of the windows were broken, and the roof sagged in the middle. But there was a faint light flickering from one of the windows, a warm, inviting glow in the growing darkness. Relief washed over me. Dale had to be inside. I approached the cabin cautiously, my hand still gripping the knife. I didn't know what to expect. That creature might be inside with him. I reached the door, a rough-hewn wooden slab hanging crookedly on its hinges. I took another deep breath and pushed it open. The scene inside made my blood run cold. Dale was there, lying on the floor in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. His chest was ripped open, his insides gone. Standing over him, its back to me, was the creature. It was hunched over, its long, spindly fingers stained crimson. It was eating. A silent scream built up inside me. My grip on the knife tightened. I had to do something. I had to avenge Dale. But as the creature slowly turned its head, those glowing eyes locking onto mine, I knew with a chilling certainty that I was already too late. Time seemed to slow down as the creature turned its gaze fully towards me. Its glowing eyes pierced through the gloom of the cabin, and a low, guttural hiss escaped its lips. It wasn't just hunger in those eyes. There was a chilling intelligence, a malevolent awareness that sent shivers down my spine. This thing wasn't just an animal, it was something far more sinister. My mind raced, trying to process the horrific scene before me. Dale, my friend, my hunting buddy, lying lifeless on the floor, the victim of this abomination. Rage mixed with terror, a volatile cocktail that threatened to overwhelm me. I tightened my grip on the knife, my knuckles white. It felt woefully inadequate against the size and apparent strength of the creature. But it was all I had. I had to try. For Dale, the creature took a step towards me, its long claws scraping against the wooden floor. The wet, tearing sounds from its earlier feast echoed in my ears, fueling my revulsion. I had to act fast. With a yell that was part battle cry and part terrified scream, I lunged forward, the knife aimed at the creature's chest. It moved with surprising speed, its spindly arm shooting out like a whip. Its claws raked across my arm, tearing through my jacket and shirt, leaving behind a searing pain. I stumbled back, clutching my bleeding arm, but I didn't let go of the knife. The creature hissed again, its mouth opening wider, revealing the rows of jagged teeth. It lunged, its body surprisingly agile despite its gaunt frame. I barely managed to sidestep its attack, the creature's putrid breath washing over me. The stench was overpowering, almost enough to make me pass out. We circled each other in the small cabin, the only sounds our ragged breathing and the scraping of the creature's claws against the floor. I knew I couldn't last long. The creature was stronger, faster, and clearly more experienced at this kind of brutal encounter. I needed a plan. My eyes darted around the cabin, searching for anything I could use. The small wooden table in the corner, a rusty wood, burning stove, a stack of old newspapers. Nothing seemed like it would offer much help against this monster. Then I saw Dale's rifle, lying near his outstretched hand. It It was just out of reach, but it was my only hope. I had to distract the creature, create an opening. I feigned another attack, lunging forward with the knife, forcing the creature to back away. Then, in a desperate move, I threw the knife across the cabin, aiming for one of the broken windows. The blade shattered the remaining pane of glass, the sharp sound momentarily startling the creature. In that brief moment of distraction, I scrambled towards Dale, reaching for the rifle. My fingers closed around the cold metal just as the creature turned back towards me, its eyes blazing with fury. It lunged again, but this time I was ready. I swung the rifle around, the heavy barrel connecting with the side of the creature's head with a sickening thud. It staggered back, a strange, high-pitched whine escaping its lips. It wasn't down, but it was stunned. I didn't hesitate. I fumbled for the bolt, chambered around, and aimed for its chest. My hands were shaking so badly it was hard to keep the sight steady. I squeezed the trigger. The roar of the rifle filled the small cabin, the recoil slamming into my shoulder. The creature shrieked, a sound that was both terrifying and oddly pained. A dark stain bloomed on its pale chest. It stumbled backward, its long arms flailing wildly. It crashed against the wooden wall of the cabin, the impact causing the whole structure to shudder. Then, with a final shuddering gasp, it collapsed to the floor, its glowing eyes dimming and fading until they were just dull, lifeless orbs. I stood there, panting, the rifle still clutched in my hands, staring at the fallen creature. My heart was still pounding in my chest, and my body trembled with adrenaline and exhaustion. I couldn't believe it was over. I slowly lowered the rifle, my gaze falling on Dale's lifeless body. The victory felt hollow, tainted by the immense loss. I knelt beside him, a wave of grief washing over me. He was gone. Taken by this thing. I didn't know what this creature was, where it came from, or why it had attacked us. All I knew was that it was real, and it had killed my friend. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner of the cabin, the rifle across my lap, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I didn't sleep. The image of the creature in Dale's mangled body was etched into my mind. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the broken windows, I knew I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay in this place any longer. I forced myself to move, my body stiff and sore. I couldn't bring Dale back, but I could at least try to get help, to warn someone about what was out here. I left the cabin, leaving Dale's body behind with a heavy heart. I couldn't carry him, and I knew that staying would only put me in more danger. I walked for what felt like days, stumbling through the woods, my arm throbbing, my mind still reeling from the horror of what I had witnessed. I had no sense of time or direction, just a primal urge to get away from that place. Eventually, I stumbled out onto a logging road. It took me another full day of walking before I finally reached a small town, exhausted, injured, and traumatized. The local authorities listened to my story with skepticism, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could I blame them? What I described sounded like something out of a nightmare. They launched a search party, but after a few days, they found nothing. No cabin, no body, no sign of the creature. It was as if the whole thing had been a figment of my imagination. But I know what I saw. I know what happened to Dale. And I will never forget the glowing eyes in the dark, the guttural growls, the feeling of being hunted by something ancient and evil in the Georgia mountains. Sometimes, even now years later, when I'm alone in the quiet, I still hear that low growl in the back of my mind. And I know with a chilling certainty that whatever that thing was, it's still out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching, waiting. And I can't help but wonder if it will ever come looking for me again. You can call me Sam, and this is the story I can never truly escape. My name is Ashley, and for as long as I can remember, I've been drawn to the things that go bump in the night. While most folks find comfort in the familiar glow of their living room lamps, I find it in the shadowy corners of abandoned buildings, the hushed stillness of forgotten cemeteries, and the eerie silence of places whispered to be haunted. It's not about a morbid fascination, not really. It's more of a deep-seated curiosity, a relentless urge to understand the unexplainable, to peel back the layers of our mundane reality and glimpse what might lie beneath. That's why I became a paranormal investigator. It's not the glamorous, ghost hunting on TV gig that most people imagine. There's a lot of meticulous research, endless hours spent poring over historical records and local legends, and even more time setting up equipment, waiting, and reviewing often inconclusive data. But every now and then, just when you're starting to think it's all folklore and overactive imaginations, you stumble upon something that chills you to the bone, something that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and whispers that maybe, just maybe, there's more to this world than we can see or touch. Recently, my attention had been captivated by the Appalachian Trail, specifically a stretch of it running through the eastern part of Tennessee. The Appalachian Trail, for those who don't know, is this colossal hiking trail that stretches for about 190 miles, snaking its way through 14 states from Georgia all the way up to Maine. It's a beautiful, rugged beast of a trail, attracting thousands of hikers every year seeking adventure, solitude, or just a good workout. But like any place with a long history and countless footsteps traversing its path, it's also accumulated its fair share of stories, tales of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, and whispers of lingering spirits. The particular section in Tennessee that had piqued my interest wasn't highlighted on any official ghost tours or featured in any mainstream paranormal books. Instead, it was more of a local legend, the kind of story passed down through generations in hushed tones around crackling campfires. It was said that deep within a certain heavily wooded area, a place where the trail dipped into a particularly isolated valley, there was a lingering darkness, a palpable sense of unease that many hikers had reported experiencing. Some spoke of disembodied whispers carried on the wind, others of fleeting shadows glimpsed just at the edge of their vision. A few even claimed to have seen figures moving amongst the trees, figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. These weren't your typical bear sighting or mountain lion tracks stories. There was a distinct flavor of the supernatural to them, a sense of something ancient and malevolent lurking within the dense foliage. And as a paranormal investigator, those are the stories that get my blood pumping. Forget your grand Victorian mansions or your crumbling asylums, the raw, untamed wilderness can be a breeding ground for all sorts of eerie phenomena. The sheer isolation, the feeling of being utterly alone and vulnerable in the face of nature's vastness, it creates an atmosphere where the veil between worlds can feel thin indeed. So, after weeks of research, cross-referencing local accounts and old hiking logs I could find online, I decided it was time to pack my gear and head to Tennessee. I wasn't going in blind. I'd identified the specific area where most of the strange occurrences seemed to cluster, a roughly 10-mile stretch of the trail that wound through what locals sometimes ominously referred to as the Whispering Hollows. The name itself sent a little shiver down my spine, but it only solidified my resolve to investigate. My equipment was standard for this kind of expedition, a couple of high-quality digital audio recorders to capture any unusual sounds or EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, an electromagnetic field EMF meter to detect any unusual energy fluctuations, a few infrared cameras with night vision to document any visual anomalies, and of course a reliable handheld GPS and plenty of backup batteries. I also packed the usual hiking essentials: a sturdy tent, sleeping bag, food, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, and a healthy dose of caution. I decided to go solo on this investigation. While having a partner can be helpful for safety in the wilderness, I often find that a smaller presence is less likely to disturb any potential paranormal activity. Plus, there's a certain intensity to being alone in a potentially haunted location, a heightened sense of awareness that can sometimes lead to more compelling evidence. I informed a close friend of my plans and my expected return date, just as a safety precaution. The drive to Tennessee was long but uneventful. As I got closer to my destination, the landscape began to change, the rolling hills gradually giving way to the more dramatic, tree-covered slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. There was a certain majesty to the scenery, an undeniable sense of ancient power emanating from the rugged terrain. But there was also an underlying feeling, a subtle hint of something wild and untamed, something that wouldn't necessarily welcome my intrusion. I found a small family-owned motel in a nearby town that served as my base camp. The owner, a kindly older woman named Martha, eyed my backpack and hiking boots with a knowing look. "Heading up to the trail, are you?" she asked, wiping down the counter with a practiced hand. "That's the plan," I replied with a smile. "Just looking to do some hiking and enjoy the scenery." Martha's smile faded slightly. "Be careful up there, dear. That trail, it's beautiful, no doubt. But there are some parts that feel different." My ears perked up. "Different how?" I asked casually, trying not to reveal my true intentions. She hesitated for a moment, glancing around the empty lobby before leaning in slightly. Well, folks around here, they've told stories. Strange sounds, things moving in the woods when there's no one there. Some say that land has been touched by things that aren't quite natural. Bingo. This was exactly the kind of local color I was hoping to find. I'll keep that in mind, I said, offering a reassuring smile. I'm an experienced hiker. I'll be sure to stay on the marked trails. After a quick breakfast the next morning, I drove to the trailhead I had identified as the most direct access point to, the Whispering Hollows. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. As I shouldered my backpack, a wave of anticipation washed over me. This was it, the beginning of my investigation into the haunted heart of the Appalachian Trail. The first few miles of the hike were relatively uneventful. The trail was well maintained, winding gently through a mix of hardwood and evergreen trees. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. I kept an eye out for wildlife, enjoying the peace and quiet of the wilderness. But as I ventured deeper, as the trail began its descent into the valley that locals called the Whispering Hollows, the atmosphere subtly shifted. The trees grew denser here, their branches intertwining overhead, creating a thick, almost oppressive canopy that choked out much of the sunlight. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest seemed to diminish, replaced by an almost unnerving silence. It wasn't a peaceful silence, it felt expectant, like something was holding its breath, waiting. I checked my GPS, confirming that I was now within the area of reported paranormal activity. This was it. Time to start the investigation. I pulled out one of my digital audio recorders and switched it on, placing it in an accessible pouch on my backpack. I wanted to capture any ambient sounds or potential EVPs as I hiked. I also took out my EMF meter. Its digital display currently reading a reassuringly normal level. As I continued deeper into the valley, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't the usual paranoia you might feel when hiking alone in the wilderness. This was different. It felt intentional. Like unseen eyes were following my every move, observing me from the shadows of the dense undergrowth. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the isolation, the power of suggestion from the local legends I'd read. But a small, persistent voice in the back of my mind whispered otherwise. The trail began to narrow and become more uneven, forcing me to pay closer attention to my footing. The air was heavy and still, and the silence pressed in on me, amplifying the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of my boots on the fallen leaves. I stopped for a moment, closing my eyes and focusing on my other senses. I listened intently, trying to discern any unusual sounds over the rhythmic thumping of my own heart. There was nothing, just the profound, unsettling silence of the deep woods. I opened my eyes and continued on, my hand instinctively reaching for the small can of bear spray clipped to my hip. It wasn't bears I was worried about right now. It was something else, something intangible, something that lurked just beyond the realm of my understanding. Then I heard it. A faint sound carried on the barely perceptible breeze. It was a whisper, just a single indistinct syllable too soft to make out clearly. I froze in my tracks, my senses on high alert. Was it just the wind playing tricks on my ears? Or had I actually heard something? I held my breath, straining to hear anything more. The silence returned, heavy and absolute. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but there was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination heightened by the atmosphere of the place, but then it happened again. This time, it was clearer. Still faint, still just a whisper, but this time I could almost make out a word. It sounded like, leave. My blood ran cold. There was no one else around. I had been the only car at the trailhead, and I hadn't seen another soul on the trail for hours. The voice, if that's what it was, had to be coming from somewhere nearby, but there was no one in sight. I slowly reached for my camera, turning it on and activating the video recording. This is Ashley, recording on location in the area known as the Whispering Hollows on the Appalachian Trail in Tennessee. I said, my voice barely above a whisper itself. At approximately 11:47 a.m., I believe I just heard what sounded like a disembodied whisper, attempting to make further contact. I waited, my camera pointed towards the dense tree line. The silence stretched on, broken only by the chirping of a few distant birds. Just when I was starting to doubt what I had heard, it came again. Closer this time and slightly louder. Get out. There was a chilling quality to the whisper, a malevolent undercurrent that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't a friendly warning. It felt like a command, laced with an ancient anger. My heart pounded in my chest, but a strange mix of fear and excitement coursed through me. This was it. This was the kind of evidence I had come here for. I had to try and engage. Can you tell me who you are? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The only response was silence. I waited, holding my breath, my eyes scanning the surrounding woods for any sign of movement. Nothing. Are you the one whispering? I tried again. This time the response was immediate, and it wasn't a whisper. It was a low, guttural growl coming from somewhere deep within the trees to my left. It was a sound that was primal and terrifying, a sound that spoke of something ancient and hungry. I didn't wait to analyze it. My instincts took over. I turned and practically ran back the way I had come, my backpack bouncing against my back, my breath coming in rag gasps. The growling sound faded behind me as I put distance between myself and whatever had made it. I didn't stop running until I was well out of the valley, until the oppressive darkness of the whispering hollows gave way to the more open, sunlit sections of the trail. I finally slowed to a walk, my legs a-king, my heart still pounding in my ears. What had I just encountered? A wild animal, maybe, but the whisper's the distinct word leap. That didn't sound like any animal I knew. I pulled out my audio recorder and hit the playback button, my hands shaking slightly. I listened intently to the recording, my breath catching in my throat as I heard the faint whispers, clear as day. And then, the growl, it was undeniable. Something was definitely not right in those woods. Despite the fear that still lingered in my veins, a sense of exhilaration began to bubble up inside me. I had come here seeking the unexplainable, and it seemed like I had found it. But I also knew one thing for sure: I had only scratched the surface of whatever was lurking in the whispering hollows. And I had a feeling that my investigation was far from over. Catching my breath against the trunk of a thick oak tree, I reviewed the audio recording again, my mind racing. The whispers were unsettling enough, but that guttural growl, it was something else entirely. It felt ancient, predatory, and utterly out of place in the natural soundscape of the forest. I'd spent years studying wildlife sounds, and that wasn't the call of any animal I'd ever heard or researched in North America. Despite the fear that had sent me scrambling out of the valley, a stubborn sense of professional curiosity was beginning to override my initial panic. I couldn't just turn back now. I had come all this way, encountered what seemed to be genuine paranormal phenomena, and to retreat at the first sign of real strangeness would be a disservice to my purpose as an investigator. Besides, a part of me, the thrill-seeking adventure, loving part, was undeniably intrigued. What was down there in the whispering hollows? What secrets did it hold? After a few minutes to compose myself and rehydrate, I made a decision. I wasn't going to venture back into the heart of the valley immediately. Instead, I would try to approach it from a different angle, perhaps by circling around and entering from a less direct route. Maybe by observing the area from a distance, I could get a better sense of the lay of the land and any potential sources of the strange occurrences. Consulting my topographical map, I identified a ridge overlooking the valley that appeared to be accessible via a different trail that branched off a few miles back. It would add a significant amount of time to my hike, but I figured the higher vantage point might offer a safer way to observe the area before venturing back into the thick of it. The hike up to the ridge was strenuous, the trail winding steeply through rocky terrain. As I climbed, the forest slowly transitioned back to a more open, sunlit environment. The sounds of birdsong returned, and the oppressive silence of the valley began to feel like a distant memory, though the chilling whispers and that unsettling growl remained vividly etched in my mind. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the crest of the ridge. The view was breathtaking. Below me, the valley of the Whispering Hollows stretched out like a dark gash in the landscape, a dense carpet of trees obscuring whatever lay within its depths. From this distance, it looked peaceful enough, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the forest floor. But I knew better. I knew that beneath that seemingly tranquil exterior lay something else. I found a comfortable spot amongst some large boulders and settled in to observe. I pulled out my binoculars and began to scan the tree line, looking for any signs of movement or anything that seemed out of place. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the only movement I could discern was the occasional bird flitting between branches. Hours passed. The sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. As the light faded, The shadows in the valley below grew longer and deeper, and a familiar sense of unease began to creep back into my awareness. The air grew cooler, and the forest sounds seemed to quiet down once again. Just as I was starting to think that perhaps my earlier encounter had been a fluke, something caught my eye. It was a flicker of movement deep within the trees, near the center of the valley. I focused my binoculars on the spot, my heart starting to pound again. It was difficult to make out clearly in the fading light, but it looked like a figure tall and slender, moving silently amongst the trees. It wasn't a hiker. The way it moved was too fluid, too graceful, almost ethereal. It seemed to glide rather than walk, its form barely disturbing the surrounding foliage. And it was too tall, far taller than any person I'd ever seen. I watched, transfixed, as the figure moved slowly through the trees, its form occasionally obscured by the dense foliage. I tried to get a clearer view, but the fading light and the thickness of the woods made it nearly impossible. After a few moments, it disappeared from sight, swallowed by the deepening shadows. Had I really just seen something? Or was it just my imagination playing tricks on me in the dim light? I couldn't be sure. But the image of that tall, silent figure moving through the trees sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. As darkness fully enveloped the valley, I decided it was time to set up camp for the night. I found a relatively flat and sheltered spot on the ridge and quickly pitched my tent. The temperature was dropping rapidly, so I pulled out an extra fleece layer and started preparing a hot meal. Despite the unsettling events of the day, I felt a strange sense of anticipation. Nighttime is often when paranormal activity is at its peak, and I had a feeling that the Whispering Hollows had more secrets to reveal under the cloak of darkness. After eating, I double-checked all my equipment. The audio recorders were running, placed strategically around my campsite. The infrared cameras were set up to monitor the surrounding area, their lenses glowing faintly in the darkness. I even placed my EMF meter on a nearby rock, its display illuminated in the blackness. I crawled into my sleeping bag, the nylon feeling strangely comforting in the vast wilderness. I lay there for a while, listening to the sounds of the night, the hoot of an owl, the rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of crickets, the usual nocturnal symphony of the forest. But beneath it all, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was out there, something silent and watchful. Sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept thinking about the whispers, the growl, and that tall, shadowy figure I had seen moving amongst the trees. What was it? What did it want? Sometime in the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was definitely out of the ordinary. It sounded like scratching, like fingernails dragging across rough bark. It was coming from just outside my tent. My heart leaped into my throat. I lay there frozen, listening intently. The scratching continued, a slow, deliberate rhythm that sent shivers down my spine. It circled my tent, the sound moving closer and then fading away, only to return again a few moments later. I reached for my headlamp and cautiously switched it on, its beam cutting through the darkness inside the tent. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the zipper of the tent flap. What was out there? Was it an animal? Or something else? Taking a deep breath, I unzipped the tent and peered out. The beam of my headlamp illuminated the surrounding area, revealing nothing but the dark shapes of trees and undergrowth. The scratching sound had stopped. I scanned the area carefully, my eyes straining to see through the darkness. There was no sign of any animal, no telltale rustling in the leaves that would indicate something had just moved away. It was as if the sound had simply vanished into the night. I sat there for a long time, my headlamp illuminating the darkness, my senses on high alert. The scratching didn't return, but the feeling of being watched intensified. It felt like unseen eyes were boring into me from the surrounding shadows, their gaze cold and malevolent. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my fear, and I managed to drift back to sleep. But the night was filled with fitful dreams of whispers in the dark and shadowy figures lurking amongst the trees. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light through the forest canopy, I felt a profound sense of unease. I packed up my campsite quickly, eager to leave the area. I checked my audio recorders, hoping that they had captured something during the night. Later, as I reviewed the recordings back at my motel room, I listened to the chilling scratching sounds from outside my tent. They were undeniable, and there was no way to attribute them to any natural source I could think of. But that wasn't the most disturbing thing I found on the recordings. As I listened to the audio captured during my initial encounter in the valley, I heard something else, something I had missed in the heat of the moment. After the growl, after I had started running, there was another sound, faint but distinct. It sounded like a child's giggle. A cold dread washed over me. A child's giggle? In the middle of those dark woods. What in God's name was going on in the Whispering Hollows? I knew one thing for sure: I couldn't leave without finding out more. The experience had shaken me, but it had also solidified my resolve. I had to go back. I had to delve deeper into the mysteries of this haunted stretch of the Appalachian Trail. But this time, I knew I had to be more careful. Whatever was lurking in those woods was not to be underestimated. The child's giggle echoed in my ears, a sound so innocent and yet so utterly wrong in the context of the terrifying whispers and the guttural growl I had previously recorded. It added a whole new layer of unease to the mystery of the Whispering Hollows. Was there a lost child, a spirit trapped in the woods, or something far more sinister mimicking the sound of innocence? Back in the relative safety of my motel room, I spent the rest of the day poring over any information I could find about the area. Local history websites, old newspaper archives, even obscure forums dedicated to paranormal experiences in the Appalachian region. I scoured them all, looking for any mention of strange occurrences, disappearances, or local legends related to children in that specific area. I found a few old tales, mostly folklore passed down through generations. Stories of settlers who had lost children in the woods, their spirits said to still wander the trails, sometimes giggling, sometimes crying. There were also darker tales, whispers of a more malevolent entity that preyed on lost souls, luring them deeper into the wilderness with deceptive sounds. None of it was concrete, nothing that could definitively explain what I had encountered, but it all painted a picture of a place steeped in tragedy and perhaps something unholy. Despite the apprehension gnawing at me, I knew I couldn't leave without going back. The evidence I had gathered was already compelling, but the addition of the child's giggle felt like a crucial piece of the puzzle, one that I needed to understand. The next morning, armed with a renewed sense of caution and a burning desire for answers, I returned to the trailhead. The air felt different this time, heavier, almost expectant. As I hiked back towards the valley, the familiar sense of being watched returned, stronger than before. It was as if whatever was there knew I was coming back. I decided to take a slightly different route this time, hoping to approach the area from a different angle and perhaps catch whatever was there off guard. I stuck to the marked trail for a while, but then, consulting my map and GPS, I ventured off onto a less traveled side path that seemed to lead towards the center of the valley where I had first heard the whispers. The undergrowth was thick here, and the path was barely discernible, overgrown with ferns and tangled vines. The air was still and humid, and the silence was broken only by the buzzing of insects. As I pushed my way through the dense foliage, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led, drawn deeper into the heart of the darkness. After what felt like hours, I reached a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its branches twisted and reaching like skeletal arms towards the sky. The air here was noticeably colder, and an eerie stillness hung in the atmosphere. This felt like the epicenter, the heart of the Whispering Hollows. I pulled out my equipment, setting up my infrared cameras around the clearing. I placed an audio recorder near the base of the old oak tree and another in the center of the clearing. I switched on my EMF meter, and this time, the readings were significantly higher than before, the needle fluctuating wildly. Something was definitely generating a strong energy field here. I stood in the center of the clearing, my senses on high alert, waiting. The silence was almost deafening, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. Time seemed to stretch on each passing moment thick with anticipation. Then, I heard it again, the faint whisper, carried on the wind. This time it was closer, clearer, lost. My heart pounded in my chest. "Are you talking to me?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness of the clearing. The only response was another whisper, this one laced with a hint of sadness. Alone, I felt a pang of sympathy. Could this be the spirit of a lost child, as the local legend suggested? "Are you lost?" I asked gently. "Can I help you?" Silence. Then, the sound of soft footsteps behind me. I turned quickly, my hand instinctively reaching for the bare spray on my hip. But there was nothing there, just the dense trees and the gathering shadows of the late afternoon. I turned back to the center of the clearing, and that's when I saw it, a small, child-sized figure standing near the base of the old oak tree. It was translucent, almost like a heat haze, but I could clearly make out the outline of a young girl, her head bowed, her shoulders slumped as if in despair. "Hello," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. The figure slowly raised its head, and that's when I saw its face. Or rather, what should have been its face. Where its eyes should have been, there were only empty, black sockets, and a wide, unsettling grin stretched across its face, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. The innocent giggle I had heard on the recording echoed in my mind, now twisted into something utterly terrifying. This wasn't a lost child. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, malevolent, and far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The figure took a step towards me, its translucent form seeming to flicker and distort in the dim light. A wave of pure terror washed over me, paralyzing me for a moment. This wasn't a ghost. This felt like something far more primordial, something that had been lurking in these woods for centuries. Then it spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, a horrifying perversion of a child's voice. "You shouldn't have come here." That snapped me out of my paralysis. I knew I had to get out of there and fast. I turned to run, but as I did, I felt a cold, skeletal hand grasp my arm. I screamed, pulling away with all my might. The grip was surprisingly strong, and I could feel icy tendrils of energy seeping into my skin. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling to the ground. The figure was upon me in an instant, its shadowy form looming over me, its black eye socket seeming to pierce right through me. The grin widened and it let out another giggle, this one high, pitched and filled with a chilling glee. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. I had to fight back. I fumbled for my bear spray, my hands shaking so violently that I almost dropped it. Finally, I managed to aim it at the figure and press the trigger. A cloud of orange mist erupted from the can, engulfing the shadowy figure. For a moment, it seemed to have an effect. The figure recoiled, hissing and shrieking in a high-pitched, ear-splitting wail. But it wasn't enough. The mist seemed to pass right through its translucent form, barely causing any disruption. The figure lunged at me again, its skeletal hands reaching out. I knew I was out of options. I turned and ran, blindly crashing through the undergrowth, the horrifying shrieks of the figure echoing behind me. I didn't dare to look back. My only thought was to get as far away from that clearing as possible. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I ran until the darkness of the valley began to thin and the first rays of sunlight peeked through the trees. I didn't stop until I had reached the main trail and could see the familiar markers guiding me back towards civilization. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was back at my car, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. I threw my gear into the back seat and sped away, leaving the whispering hollows and its terrifying secrets behind. I never went back to that section of the Appalachian Trail. I still have the recordings, the whispers, the growl, the chilling giggle, and the horrifying raspy voice warning me to leave. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear them in my dreams. I've shared my recordings with other paranormal investigators, but no one has been able to offer a definitive explanation. Some believe it was an elemental, a malevolent entity tied to the land. Others think it might have been some kind of interdimensional being, something that briefly crossed over into our reality. Whatever it was, one thing is certain: the Whispering Hollows are not a place to be taken lightly. The beauty of the Appalachian Trail can hide a dark and terrifying underbelly, a place where the veil between worlds is thin, and where the lost and the malevolent can whisper their chilling secrets to those who dare to listen. And sometimes, those whispers, they just might follow you home. My name's Tyler, and if there's one thing I love more than the smell of pine needles and damp earth, it's the quiet solitude of the woods. That's why I volunteer with the Appalachian Trail Conservancy. Most folks think of through hikers when they picture the AT, those grizzled souls pushing north or south with everything they own strapped to their backs. But there's a whole other crew out here, the folks who keep the trail itself alive, the maintainers. And that's where I come in. For the past few years, I've been a small cog in that big green machine. My section isn't anything glamorous, mostly a stretch in western Kentucky that sees moderate traffic. Keeps me busy enough, though. Fallen trees, overgrown brush, the occasional road campfire ring, it's a never-ending cycle, but a satisfying one. There's a real sense of accomplishment in taking a neglected part of the trail and bringing it back to life, making it safe and enjoyable for the hikers. This particular week, I was assigned to a section that hadn't seen much attention in recent years. It was an older bypass, a part of the trail that had been rerouted decades ago, leaving the original path to slowly be reclaimed by the wilderness. The new section was easier to navigate, less steep, and avoided some potentially hazardous creek crossings. Smart decision, no doubt, but it meant this old stretch was mostly forgotten, a relic of a different time for the AT. My instructions were simple: clear any significant blockages, assess the overall condition, and report back. No expectations of a complete restoration, just a general cleanup. I packed my usual kit: chainsaw, loppers, a sturdy backpack filled with water, snacks, first aid, and my trusty trail axe. The air was crisp and cool as I started out that morning, the late autumn leaves crunching under my work boots. Sunlight dappled through the thinning canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was the kind of day that made you feel truly alive, connected to something ancient and powerful. The trailhead for the old section was easy enough to find, marked by a weathered wooden post that leaned precariously to one side. The words, Appalachian Trail, Old Section, were barely legible, the paint faded and peeling. Even from the entrance, I could tell this wasn't going to be a quick job. The forest had definitely had its way with this path. The first 100 yards or so were relatively clear, just the usual leaf litter and a few fallen branches. Then the brush started, thick. Thorny vines snaked across the ground and climbed the trees, creating a tangled web that snagged at my clothes and made every step a struggle. Blackberry bushes, their canes long past bearing fruit, formed impenetrable thickets along the sides of the trail. It was slow going, each swing of the loppers earning me only a few feet of progress. Hours passed in this rhythm of clearing and moving, the sound of my tools echoing in the otherwise silent woods. I was deep into the old section now, further than I'd anticipated. The trees here were older, larger, their gnarled branches reaching up like skeletal fingers. The air felt different too, heavier, almost stagnant, as if the sunlight had a harder time penetrating the dense canopy. An eerie stillness hung in the air, the usual sounds of the forest birdsong, rustling leaves, strangely muted. I paused for a water break, leaning against a massive oak whose trunk was wider than I was tall. As I drank, I scanned my surroundings. The old trail was barely visible now, a faint depression in the forest floor. To my right, a steep, rocky slope dropped down into a ravine, the bottom obscured by thick undergrowth. To my left, the land rose gradually, disappearing into a wall of trees. I felt a prickle of unease, a sense of being utterly alone and far from any semblance of civilization. It wasn't an unfamiliar feeling out here, but today it felt amplified. Shaking off the feeling, I shouldered my pack and continued on. The brush was getting thicker, almost claustrophobic. I was starting to wonder if this section was even worth the effort. Maybe it was better left to the woods, a forgotten memory. Just as I was about to call it a day and head back, my loppers snagged on something solid beneath a particularly dense patch of Virginia creeper. I tugged, but the vines held fast. Kneeling down, I started pulling away the leafy tendrils, revealing a dark, moss-covered shape. It was a stone, roughly hewn, and much larger than any natural rock formation I'd seen in this area. Curious, I continued to clear away the surrounding vegetation, my heart starting to beat a little faster. As more of the object was revealed, I realized it wasn't just a stone. It was a structure, or at least part of one. A dark, rectangular block half buried in the earth, with strange, unsettling symbols carved into its surface. They weren't familiar letters or numbers, but something else, something older. The moss clung stubbornly to the carvings, making them difficult to decipher. But even the parts I could see sent a shiver down my spine. There was an alien quality to them, an unsettling sense that they belonged to a time and a culture long since vanished. Excitement mixed with a growing sense of unease. This was more than just clearing brush. This was an archaeological discovery, maybe even something historically significant. I carefully brushed away more of the moss and dirt, revealing more of the strange symbols. They seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light filtering through the trees, almost as if they were alive. Then I unearthed the corner of the structure. It extended further than I initially thought, suggesting it wasn't just a solitary stone, but part of something larger buried beneath the forest floor. With renewed curiosity, I grabbed my trail axe, the sharp edge glinting in the gloom, and began to carefully chip away at the soil around the exposed corner. I needed to see more. I needed to understand what this was. The ground was surprisingly soft, and I made quick progress. Soon, a larger section of the structure was exposed. It was made of a dark, almost black stone, unlike any rock I'd encountered in these woods. The surface was smooth in some places, rough and pitted in others, as if it had been subjected to centuries of weathering. The carvings continued across this larger section, forming intricate patterns that seemed to defy any logical explanation. One particular symbol caught my eye. It was a circle with several lines radiating outward, but the lines weren't straight. They curved and twisted in unnatural ways, ending in what looked like stylized claws or talons. There was something deeply unsettling about this symbol, a sense of malevolence that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I hesitated, my initial excitement starting to wane, replaced by a growing feeling of dread. What was this thing? Why was it buried so deep in this forgotten corner of the woods? And why did it feel so wrong? Despite the growing unease, I couldn't stop myself. I had to see more. I continued to dig, my movements becoming more frantic as the shadows lengthened and the forest grew darker. I had to know what I had found. Whatever it was, it felt ancient, and it definitely didn't feel like it belonged here. The last rays of sunlight were fading through the trees, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around me as I worked. The air had grown noticeably colder, and a dampness had settled in, clinging to the leaves and the exposed stone. Despite the chill, a thin sheen of sweat glistened on my forehead. The urgency to uncover more of the structure had taken hold of me, pushing aside the rational part of my mind that screamed for me to leave, to report this to someone who knew what they were doing. With each scoop of dirt, the dark stone revealed more of its strange form. It wasn't perfectly rectangular as I'd initially thought. One end seemed to curve inward, and there were other, smaller protrusions along its sides. It felt less like a building foundation and more like, well, I didn't know what it felt like. Organic, almost like a fossilized bone of some unknown creature. The carvings continued, their unsettling patterns becoming more intricate and disturbing the more I exposed. I traced one with my gloved finger. It felt strangely smooth, almost polished in places, as if it had been touched by countless hands over millennia. The symbols themselves seemed to shift and rhythm my vision, playing tricks on my eyes. I kept catching glimpses of faces in the patterns, twisted and screaming visages that vanished as soon as I focused on them. The circular symbol with the clawed lines appeared again, this time larger and more prominent, almost centered on the exposed section. As I stared at it, a faint tingling sensation ran up my arm, a feeling of cold dread that settled deep in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that this symbol was important, that it held some kind of significance to the object I had unearthed. I decided to take a break, my muscles aching and my hands raw despite the gloves. I leaned back against a nearby tree, pulling out a granola bar from my backpack. The forest was silent now, save for the whisper of the wind through the branches. The darkness was creeping in, the shadows around the stone growing deeper and more ominous. I felt a profound sense of isolation, a feeling that I was the only person on Earth who knew this thing existed. As I ate, I considered my options. I should definitely head back soon. It was getting late, and I hadn't marked my way particularly well. But the pull of the unknown was too strong. I had to see more. I had to understand what this was. Finishing my snack, I grabbed my small folding shovel and began to work on the other end of the exposed stone. The soil here was even softer, almost like loose sand, and I made quick progress. Soon I uncovered another section, this one with a clearly defined edge. It seemed the structure was much larger than I had initially imagined, possibly extending for several more feet beneath the ground. And then I found it. My shovel scraped against something that wasn't stone. It was smoother, harder, and made a faint, hollow sound. My heart pounded in my chest. Carefully, I dug around the object, my breath catching in my throat. It was a handle made of the same dark, unknown material as the rest of the structure. It was shaped like a loop, large enough to fit my entire hand through. Hesitantly, I reached out and touched it. The material was cold, almost unnaturally so, and it felt strangely alive, vibrating with a faint, imperceptible energy. A jolt, like a static shock, ran up my arm, and I recoiled my hand quickly, my fingers tingling. Despite the unsettling sensation, the discovery of the handle fueled my curiosity even further. This wasn't just a random stone formation. This was something crafted, something with a purpose. Could it be a door? A lid? Some kind of ancient container? Driven by this thought, I began to dig more frantically around the handle, clearing away the remaining soil. Soon I had exposed a larger section of what it was attached to. It was a large, flat piece of the same dark stone, fitting snugly against the main structure. There was a faint line visible where it met the other stone, suggesting it was indeed a separate piece, possibly movable. Taking a deep breath, I gripped the handle firmly with both hands. It was heavier than it looked, but I could get a good grip. I braced my feet against a nearby root and pulled. For a moment, nothing happened. The stone remained stubbornly in place, as if it had been sealed shut for millennia. I grunted with effort, straining my muscles. Then, with a low, grinding sound that echoed through the silent woods, the stone shifted. A narrow gap appeared, just wide enough to peek through. A gust of stale, musty air wafted out, carrying with it a scent that made my stomach churn. It was the smell of decay, of something ancient and forgotten, mixed with a metallic tang that I couldn't quite place. Holding my breath, I pulled harder on the handle. The gap widened slowly, the grinding sound growing louder, like stone against stone. Finally, with a heavy thud, the section of stone swung inward, revealing a dark, gaping opening in the side of the buried structure. I shone the flashlight from my phone into the darkness. The beam illuminated a small, roughly hewn chamber. The walls were made of the same dark stone, covered in more of the unsettling carvings. The air inside was thick and heavy, and the stench of decay was overwhelming. My heart pounded in my chest, a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity warring within me. What was this place? What was inside? Hesitantly, I stepped closer to the opening, my flashlight beam dancing across the interior. The chamber was small, maybe 6 or 7 feet square. In the center, resting on a low, stone pedestal, was an object wrapped in what looked like ancient, tattered cloth. The cloth was dark and brittle, crumbling in places, but it was still largely intact, obscuring the object beneath. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. This was what had been buried here all this time. My hand trembled as I reached out to touch the edge of the cloth. It felt dry and fragile, like it would disintegrate at the slightest touch. Slowly, carefully, I began to peel it back, revealing the object beneath. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't gold or jewels or any kind of treasure I could have imagined. It was a book. A large book bound in what looked like dark, leathery skin. The cover was unmarked, save for a single, chillingly familiar symbol carved into the center, the circle with the twisting, clawed lines. The sight of the symbol sent a fresh wave of dread washing over me. This was no ordinary book. This was something connected to the unsettling structure, something ancient and, I was beginning to suspect, something truly evil. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to cover this thing up and pretend I had never found it. But the morbid curiosity, the need to know what secrets this book held, was too strong to resist. Taking another deep breath, I reached out and picked it up. It was surprisingly light, almost weightless, despite its size. The leather felt cold and clammy against my skin. As my fingers brushed against the cover, the faintest whisper seemed to echo in my mind, a cold, sibilant sound that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't a voice I could understand, but it felt ancient, malevolent, and utterly wrong. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that I had just made a terrible mistake. The moment my fingers closed around the leathery cover, the whispering in my mind intensified, morphing into a chorus of faint, unintelligible voices. They seemed to swirl around me, just at the edge of my hearing, like the rustling of dry leaves or the buzzing of unseen insects. The air in the small chamber grew colder, and the metallic tang in the air became stronger, almost like the smell of blood. Despite the growing panic clawing at my throat, I couldn't bring myself to drop the book. An unnatural curiosity, a perverse desire to know its secrets, held me captive. I turned the book over in my hands. The back cover was as blank as the front, the dark leather smooth and strangely resilient. There were no clasps or fastenings, no indication of how to open it. Running my fingers along the edges of the cover, I finally found a slight separation along one side. Hesitantly, I pried it open. The pages inside were made of a thin, brittle material darker than parchment, and covered in the same unsettling script that adorned the outside of the stone structure. The symbols were densely packed, with no illustrations or breaks in the text. It looked less like a book and more like a collection of cryptic engravings bound together. As my eyes scanned the strange writing, the faint whispers in my mind coalesced into something almost recognizable. Not words exactly, but feelings, emotions dark, overwhelming sensations of fear, despair, and an ancient, all-consuming hatred. It was as if the book itself was radiating these emotions, seeping into my mind and poisoning my thoughts. I flipped through a few more pages. The script was consistent throughout, an endless stream of alien symbols that seemed to writhe and move before my eyes. I felt a growing sense of unease, a conviction that I was looking at something that was never meant to be seen by human eyes. Then I noticed something else. On one of the pages, nestled amongst the dense script, was a drawing. It was crude and unsettling, depicting a figure that was vaguely humanoid, but horribly distorted. Its limbs were too long and thin, its head elongated and skull-like, and its eyes were large, black voids that seemed to stare right through me. Around the figure were more of the circular symbols with the clawed lines. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't just an ancient book, this was something evil. Something that had been deliberately buried and forgotten. And I, in my foolish curiosity, had unearthed it. The whispering in my mind intensified again, becoming louder, more insistent. This time I could almost make out individual words, spoken in a language that felt both alien and disturbingly familiar. They were words of darkness, of power, of things that should not be. I slammed the book shut, the sound echoing loudly in the small chamber. I had to get out of here. I had to rebury this thing and pretend none of this ever happened. But as I turned to leave, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Standing in the opening of the chamber, silhouetted against the fading light of the forest, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its form indistinct in the gloom, but I could make out two glowing red eyes that stared at me with an unnerving intensity. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. I stumbled backward, tripping over the low stone pedestal and falling to the ground. The book slipped from my grasp and landed with a soft thud on the cold stone floor. The figure didn't move, its red eyes fixed on me. The whispering in my mind reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of voices that seemed to be chanting something in that strange, unsettling language. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I had to get out of here. I had to escape this nightmare. I turned and fled, scrambling through the opening and back into the darkening woods. Branches whipped at my face, and thorns tore at my clothes as I stumbled through the undergrowth, not daring to look back. The sounds of the forest seemed to close in around me, the rustling leaves and snapping twigs sounding like the footsteps of some unseen pursuer. The chanting in my mind faded slightly as I put distance between myself and the chamber, but the feeling of dread remained, a cold knot of terror in my gut. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I could no longer hear the grinding sound of the stone door closing behind me. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably. The forest was completely dark now, the only light coming from the faint glow of my phone screen. I checked the time. It was well past nightfall. I had been out here for hours. As I tried to catch my breath and regain my composure, I remembered the book. I had left it there in that dark, ancient chamber. A wave of guilt and terror washed over me. What had I unleashed? I knew I couldn't go back there, not tonight, maybe not ever. But the thought of that book, lying open in that unholy place, filled me with a chilling premonition. It felt like a seed had been planted, something dark and malevolent that would continue to grow, regardless of whether I was there to witness it. I fumbled for my compass and tried to get my bearings. I had to get back to the trailhead, back to my car, back to civilization. Maybe then I could try to forget what I had found. But I knew, deep down, that I would never truly forget. The memory of those glowing red eyes, the unsettling symbols on the book, the feeling of ancient evil, it was all etched into my mind, a terrifying secret that I would carry with me forever. As I started to make my way back through the dark woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like something following me, something ancient and wrong that had been awakened from its long slumber. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that my volunteering days on the Appalachian Trail were likely over. Some discoveries are best left buried, and some doors are best left unopened. I had made a terrible mistake that day, a hiking bad decision of epic proportions, and I had a feeling the true horror of it was only just beginning. The wilderness had revealed a secret, and now I feared it wanted something in return. My solitude had been shattered, replaced by a chilling presence that would forever haunt the edges of my awareness, a dark shadow lurking just beyond the beam of my flashlight. My name is Jordan, and if there's one thing I'm driven by, it's a challenge. Right now, that challenge is the Boston Marathon. It's always been a bucket list item, a testament to endurance and mental fortitude. I've run shorter races before, half marathons mostly, but the full 26.2 miles, that's a different beast altogether. With the race a few months away, my training schedule has become my religion. Every morning starts before the sun peaks over the horizon, with a long run planned for the weekends. Living just outside of Boston, I'm lucky to have access to some decent trails. However, for my intense hill repeats, the kind that really build strength and lung capacity, I needed something more secluded, something with a good, consistent incline that wouldn't be too crowded. After a bit of research, I stumbled upon a trail in the western part of Massachusetts, nestled within a state forest I'd never heard of before. It was marked on the map as moderately challenging, with a significant elevation gain over a relatively short distance. Perfect. The first few times I went, it was exactly what I needed. The air was crisp and clean, scented with pine and damp earth. The trail was narrow, winding through thick woods, with patches of sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above. I'd usually go early on Saturday mornings, before the area got too busy with weekend hikers. For the most part, I had the trail to myself, the only sounds the rhythm of my own breathing and the crunch of my running shoes on the fallen leaves and stones. I'd push myself up the steeper sections, my heart pounding in my chest, legs burning, and then enjoy the brief respite of the downhill, letting gravity assist my stride. I was making good progress, feeling stronger and more confident with each session. This particular Saturday, however, felt different from the start. The air was heavier, still and thick with an almost unnatural silence. Usually even deep in the woods, you'd hear the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, maybe the distant chatter of squirrels. But today, there was none of that. It was a silence that felt expectant, like the world was holding its breath. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the change in the weather. The forecast had predicted a chance of rain later in the day, so perhaps the animals were hunkered down, sensing the change. I started my usual routine, warming up with a gentle jog along the flatter part of the trail before hitting the first significant incline. My focus was on my breathing and my pace, trying to maintain a steady effort as the trail started to climb. I reached my first turnaround point, a rocky outcrop that offered a decent view through the trees, though not a particularly inspiring one. I took a few deep breaths, stretched my calves, and then started my descent. It was on this downhill section that I first heard it. It wasn't loud, more of a subtle sound that registered at the edge of my hearing, a kind of scraping, like something heavy was being dragged across the ground. I initially dismissed it as just that maybe a fallen branch being moved by the wind, or some animal foraging in the undergrowth. But the sound was deliberate. It had a rhythm to it, a consistent drag, pause, drag. The wind was still, the leaves on the trees barely rustling. I slowed my pace, my ears straining to pick up the sound again. There it was. Closer this time, or perhaps I was just more attuned to it. It definitely wasn't an animal. It lacked the quick, erratic movements I'd associate with wildlife. This was slow, heavy, and oddly purposeful. My mind started to wander. Could it be another hiker? It was still quite early, but maybe someone else had decided to tackle this trail. But the sound didn't match the sound of someone walking, even with heavy boots. It was too low, too drawn out. I continued my descent, the scraping sound fading as I moved further away. I tried to put it out of my mind, focusing on my footing as the trail became steeper and more uneven. I reached the bottom of the hill and started my next ascent, pushing hard, trying to get my heart rate up. As I neared the top of the second hill, the silence returned, that oppressive, heavy stillness from earlier. And then I heard it again, the scraping. This time it was much closer. It sounded like it was just off the trail in the thick tangle of trees and bushes. I stopped running, my breath catching in my throat. The scraping continued, closer and closer. I could almost feel the vibrations through the soles of my shoes. Whatever it was big, and it was moving in my direction. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my focus on my training. This was no deer, no bear. This felt wrong. I cautiously stepped off the trail, peering into the woods. The undergrowth was dense, obscuring anything more than a few feet in. I couldn't see anything, but the scraping was now just a few yards away. It stopped abruptly. My heart pounded in my chest. I stood frozen, every muscle tense, waiting. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Then a new sound, a low, guttural groan followed by a wet, heavy thud. It sounded like something had fallen. My fight or flight response kicked in. I didn't know what was out there, but every instinct screamed at me to get away. I turned and ran, back down the trail as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. The image of whatever was making those sounds was far more terrifying in my imagination than anything I could possibly see. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, the image of that heavy, dragging sound echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until I was back on the main road, the sounds of civilization, cars passing, the distant hum of traffic, a welcome relief. I glanced back at the entrance to the trail, the trees looking dark and menacing even in the relatively bright morning light. I haven't been back to that trail since. I've found other routes for my hill repeats, sticking to more popular areas where the only sounds are the friendly greetings of fellow hikers and the cheerful chirping of birds. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I still hear that scraping sound in my mind. And I can't help but wonder what was dragging itself through the silent woods that morning, and what that heavy thud signified. Whatever it was, I have a feeling I made the right decision to run. Some questions are better left unanswered, some trails better left unexplored. My marathon training can happen anywhere, but my peace of mind, that's something I'm not willing to risk again. The following week, I tried to rationalize what I had heard. Maybe it was just an unusual animal sound I'd never encountered before. Perhaps a large branch had indeed fallen in a peculiar way. My logical brain desperately tried to find a plausible explanation for the scraping and the groan, but the primal fear that had gripped me on the trail that Saturday morning lingered, a knot of unease in the pit of my stomach. I continued my marathon training, sticking to the well-populated paths along the Charles River and the more open trails in the Middlesex Fells Reservation. I couldn't bring myself to return to that secluded trail, the image of the dark woods and the memory of that unsettling sound still too vivid. My pace suffered. My focus wavered. The joy I usually found in running had been replaced by a constant feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond my peripheral vision. One evening, after a particularly restless night filled with fragmented dreams of shadowy figures dragging themselves through the woods, I found myself idly scrolling through online forums dedicated to hiking and camping stories in Massachusetts. I wasn't actively looking for anything specific, just trying to distract myself. But a particular thread title caught my eye: The Unexplained Sounds in the Western State Forest. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Had anyone else experienced anything similar in that area? I clicked on the thread and started reading. The original poster, a hiker who had been on the trails a few months prior, described hearing strange, dragging sounds and guttural noises that he couldn't identify as any known animal. He mentioned feeling a profound sense of dread and cutting his hike short, much like I had. As I scrolled through the replies, my blood ran cold. Several other users chimed in, recounting similar experiences in the same state forest. Some described the sounds as a heavy scraping, others as dragging chains, and a few even mentioned hearing what they could only describe as unnatural vocalizations, moans, growls, and whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. One commenter, who claimed to be a local, wrote about old legends surrounding the area, whispers of strange occurrences dating back generations. He mentioned stories of unusual creatures inhabiting the deeper parts of the forest, things that weren't supposed to exist, remnants of a time before humans fully settled the land. He cautioned people to stick to the marked trails and to never venture too far into the woods alone, especially after dusk. Another post recounted a chilling tale of a group of college students who had gone camping in the state forest years ago and had never returned. Their campsite was eventually found, abandoned in disarray, with no sign of the students. The official explanation was a tragic accident, but the commenter hinted at something far more sinister. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Could what I heard be related to these stories? Was there something genuinely strange happening in those woods? My rational mind screamed at me to dismiss it all as folklore and coincidence, but the memory of that heavy dragging sound, the raw fear I had felt, it felt too real to ignore. Driven by a morbid curiosity and a nagging need to understand what I had experienced, I started spending hours researching the history and legends surrounding the state forest. I delved into old newspaper archives, local historical society records, and even obscure online forums dedicated to paranormal phenomena in Massachusetts. The more I researched, the more unsettling the picture became. There were indeed local legends, passed down through generations, of strange creatures and unexplained disappearances in the area. Some spoke of a large, shadowy figure that moved through the woods, dragging itself along the ground. Others whispered of ancient burial grounds disturbed long ago and the restless spirits that might still linger. One particularly disturbing account I found detailed the story of a group of surveyors who had mapped the area in the late 1800s. Their journals, later discovered in a dusty archive, contained increasingly frantic entries describing strange noises, unexplained footprints, and a growing sense of being watched by something unseen. The final entry simply read, "Something in the woods, it's not natural, we have to leave." The rest of the journal was blank. I tried to find more information about this incident, but it seemed to have been largely forgotten, a footnote in local history. Yet, reading those words, "It's not natural," sent a fresh wave of fear through me. It echoed the feeling I had on the trail, that primal sense that I had encountered something beyond the realm of normal explanation. Despite the growing sense of dread, a part of me felt compelled to go back. Not immediately, perhaps, but eventually. I needed to know what was out there. Was it just my imagination running wild, fueled by stress and fatigue? Or was there something truly menacing lurking in those secluded woods? In the meantime, I decided to make some changes to my training routine. I bought a sturdy hiking stick, the kind with a sharp metal tip, rationalizing it as extra support for uneven terrain. I also started carrying a small air horn, something I could use to scare away any potential wildlife, or perhaps something else entirely. And I made a promise to myself. If I ever did return to that trail, I wouldn't go alone. I'd try to convince one of my running buddies to come with me. Someone to witness whatever might be out there. Someone to corroborate my sanity. The thought of going back still filled me with apprehension, but the fear was now mixed with a strange kind of determination. I couldn't let this experience derail my marathon goal, but more importantly, I couldn't let the unknown continue to haunt me. Whatever was in those woods, I felt a growing need to understand it, to confront the fear that had taken root since that unsettling Saturday morning. The memory of that scraping sound was no longer just a frightening recollection. It had become a challenge, a mystery I felt compelled to solve. Even if a small voice in the back of my mind whispered that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Weeks turned into months. The Boston Marathon came and went. I finished, exhausted but triumphant. The memory of that unsettling morning on the secluded trail, a strange, almost surreal footnote in my training journey. I had stuck to my promise and hadn't returned to that specific state forest, contenting myself with safer, more populated running routes. My research into the local legends had gradually faded, pushed aside by the demands of training and daily life. Then, a few weeks after the marathon, I received an email from a local hiking group I had joined online. They were organizing a guided hike through the very state forest where I had my strange encounter. The hike was scheduled for a Saturday morning, following a route that, according to the description, intersected with the trail where I had heard the scraping. A wave of apprehension washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of that morbid curiosity I had felt before. This was it. My chance to finally understand, or perhaps confront, whatever had disturbed me that day. This time I wouldn't be alone. There would be a group, experienced hikers, and a knowledgeable guide. Surely, whatever I had heard could be explained. I signed up for the hike, trying to ignore the nervous flutter in my stomach. The day before the hike, I barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities and anxieties. I reread some of the old forum posts and local legends, the unsettling tales fueling my unease. Saturday morning dawned cool and overcast. A group of about 10 of us met at the designated trailhead, a mix of ages and experience levels. Our guide, a friendly woman named Sarah, who had lived in the area her whole life, gave us a brief overview of the route and some safety tips. I casually asked her if she had ever heard any unusual stories or sounds while hiking in the forest. She smiled knowingly. "Oh, you hear all sorts of things out here," she said. "The wind plays tricks on the ears, and there are plenty of animals that make strange noises. Coyotes can sound particularly eerie at night, and sometimes you just can't explain what you hear." Her response was both reassuring and vaguely unsettling. As we started our hike, the familiar scent of pine and damp earth filled the air. The trail was well maintained and clearly marked, unlike the more secluded path I had taken before. We chatted and laughed as we walked, the atmosphere light and friendly. After about an hour, we reached the point where our trail intersected with the one I remembered. A shiver ran down my spine as I recognized the familiar turnoff, the way the sunlight dappled through the leaves in a particular pattern. Sarah announced that we would take a short water break here. As the others rested and chatted, I found myself drawn to the entrance of the other trail. It looked much as I remembered it, narrow, overgrown in places, and leading deeper into the denser part of the woods. I hesitated for a moment, a sense of foreboding washing over me. "Everything all right, Jordan?" Sarah asked, noticing me standing there. "Yeah, just this trail looks familiar," I said, trying to sound casual. "I think I might have run part of it a while back." "Oh, that's the old logging trail," she replied. "It's not maintained as well as this one. It gets pretty rough further in, and it loops around eventually, but it's longer and more isolated." As she spoke, a faint sound drifted through the trees, a low, rhythmic scraping. My blood turned to ice. It was the same sound. I froze my ears, straining to hear it again. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. Drag, pause, drag. It seemed to be coming from further down the old logging trail. I gripped my hiking stick tightly, my heart pounding in my chest. The other hikers were still chatting, seemingly oblivious to the sound. "Did you hear that?" I asked Sarah, my voice barely a whisper. She frowned, listening intently. "Hear what?" "Just the wind rustling the leaves." But the wind was still. I could see the leaves barely moving on the trees. The scraping sound came again, a little louder this time. "No, that scraping sound," I insisted, like something heavy being dragged. Sarah looked at me, her expression shifting to concern. "I don't hear anything, Jordan. Are you feeling all right?" I looked at the others. They were all looking at me now, their conversations having trailed off. No one else seemed to have heard it. I heard it before, on this trail. I stammered, feeling a wave of disbelief and fear wash over me. "A few months ago, it was the same sound." Sarah put a reassuring hand on my arm. "Maybe it was an animal, or just your imagination playing tricks on you. This forest has been known to do that." But I knew what I had heard. It wasn't my imagination. And now, hearing it again in the same area sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool morning air. Suddenly, the scraping sound stopped. The silence that followed felt even more oppressive than before. Then, a new sound. A low, guttural growl echoing from the depths of the old logging trail. This time, everyone heard it. A collective gasp rippled through the group. Even Sarah looked visibly shaken. "What was that?" someone whispered. Sarah, trying to regain her composure, said, I don't know. Maybe a bear. But that didn't sound like any bear I've ever heard. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by a heavy thud, just like the last time I was here. Panic began to spread through the group. People started whispering, their eyes wide with fear. "We should go," someone said urgently. "Let's get out of here." Sarah nodded quickly. "Yes, you're right. Let's head back to the main trail. Everyone stay together." As we turned to leave, I couldn't resist one last glance down the old logging trail. The trees seemed darker there, the shadows deeper. And then, for just a fleeting moment, I saw something. A glimpse of movement, a dark, indistinct shape moving slowly between the trees. It was dragging something behind it. I didn't get a clear look, but the image was enough to confirm what I had suspected all along. This was no animal. This was something else. Something unnatural. I didn't say anything to the others, not wanting to cause further panic. I just turned and followed them back to the main trail, my heart pounding in my chest, the image of that dark shape seared into my mind. We hiked back quickly, the earlier lighthearted atmosphere completely gone. The woods seemed to press in around us, every rustle of leaves sounding like approaching danger. We didn't stop until we were well away from the intersection, back on familiar ground. Once we reached the trailhead, there was a palpable sense of relief. People exchanged nervous glances, no one quite sure what to say. Sarah, her face still pale, apologized for the unsettling experience. I never told anyone what I had briefly seen in the woods. What could I say? That I saw a shadowy figure dragging something. They probably wouldn't believe me, or worse, they'd think I was crazy. I went home that day with a renewed sense of unease. The mystery of the scraping sound and the growl had not been solved. Instead, it had deepened, replaced by the disturbing image of that dark, dragging shape in the woods. I still run, still enjoy the trails, but I avoid that state forest. The memory of that day and the lingering question of what I encountered is enough to keep me away. Some trails, I've learned, are best left forgotten. Their secrets best left undisturbed in the silent depths of the woods. And sometimes, the true horror lies not in the things we see, but in the chilling realization of the things we can't explain. They call me Mountain Mama, Sue. It's a nickname that stuck with me for longer than I care to admit. a friendly jest from the countless hikers I've guided through these ancient West Virginia hills over the past 4 decades. My real name's Susan, but out here amidst the whispering pines and the sun-dappled trails, I'm just Sue, the one who knows these woods like the back of her weathered hand. I've seen seasons change more times than I can count from these very paths, felt the biting sting of winter winds give way to the sweet, earthy breath of spring, watched the vibrant greens of summer fade into the fairy hues of autumn. This land, these mountains, they're in my blood, woven into the very fabric of who I am. I grew up nestled in a small holler not too far from here, a place where the closest neighbor was a mile down a winding dirt track. My daddy was a coal miner, a man as tough and enduring as the Appalachian stone, and my mama, bless her soul, was a woman who knew every wild herb and berry, every trick of the forest for survival. They taught me young how to read the signs of the woods, the snap of a twig that it wasn't caused by the wind, the sudden silence of the birds, the way the shadows can stretch and distort, even in broad daylight. They also filled my young ears with tales, the kind whispered around crackling campfires, stories of strange creatures and unexplained happenings deep within these hills. Back then, those stories were just that, stories. Entertainment for long, dark evenings, a way to make a shiver run down your spine before you drifted off to sleep under a sky full of a million stars. I never truly believed in the haints and boogeymen they spoke of. To me, the dangers of the woods were the real ones, the unpredictable weather, the occasional bear or wildcat, getting lost if you weren't careful. Logic and common sense were my guides, and they served me well for many years. After my folks passed on, I found myself drawn back to these mountains. The hustle and bustle of city life just never felt right. I started leading small hiking groups, folks from all walks of life eager to experience the beauty and tranquility of the Appalachian wilderness. I showed them hidden waterfalls cascading into crystal clear pools, ancient rock formations that seemed to whisper secrets of the ages, and panoramic vistas that stretched as far as the eye could see. I taught them basic survival skills, how to build a fire, how to find edible plants, how to navigate using a compass in the stars. I shared my love for this land, and in return, I found a purpose, a connection to something bigger than myself. For years, everything was just as it should be. The trails were familiar friends, the wildlife predictable, the only scares the occasional unexpected thunderstorm or a startled deer bounding across the path. I became known for my calm demeanor, my encyclopedic knowledge of the flora and fauna, and my ability to handle any situation that arose. Hikers felt safe with Mountain Mama Sue at the helm. I'd chuckle at the old-timers in town who still spoke of strange lights in the woods and eerie howls that weren't made by any known animal. Just stories. I'd tell myself. Nothing but folklore passed down through generations. But then came last spring. The memory of it still sends a chill down my spine, a cold knot of dread that settles in my stomach whenever I think about it. It was early in the season, just as the dogwoods were beginning to bloom, painting the hillsides in splashes of white. I was leading a group of 6, a mix of experienced hikers, and a couple of newcomers eager for an adventure. We were on a 3-day loop through the Blackwater Canyon wilderness, a particularly remote and rugged section of the mountains known for its dense forests and dramatic scenery. The first 2 days went off without a hitch. The weather was perfect, sunny and mild, and the group was in high spirits. We saw deer grazing in meadows, hawks soaring overhead, and even a black bear foraging for berries in the distance. We camped by a babbling creek, the sound of the water lulling us to sleep under a blanket of stars, so bright they felt close enough to touch. I told stories around the campfire, not the spooky kind, but tales of the history of the area, the native peoples who once called these mountains home, and the unique ecosystem we were exploring. It was on the 3rd day, as we were making our way back towards the trailhead, that things started to feel off. The air grew heavy. The sky, which had been so clear, began to take on a strange, almost yellowish hue. The birds, usually so vocal, fell silent. An unnerving stillness settled over the woods, a feeling like we were being watched by something unseen. Even the most experienced hikers in the group started to look uneasy. I tried to brush it off, chalking it up to a change in the weather. Just a little mountain weather, I said with a forced smile. Nothing to worry about. But deep down, a prickle of unease was starting to creep in. I'd spent enough time in these woods to know that this wasn't just a normal shift in the atmosphere. There was something else, something palpable in the air, a sense of dread that was slowly tightening its grip. We continued on, the silence broken only by the crunch of our boots on the fallen leaves. The trail, which had been clearly marked, suddenly seemed to fade, becoming overgrown and indistinct. I checked my compass, double checking our bearings, but everything seemed to align. Yet there was a nagging feeling that we were no longer where we were supposed to be. The trees around us grew taller, their branches twisting into grotesque shapes, their leaves rustling even though there was no wind. The light filtering through the canopy took on an eerie green tint, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like living things. One of the newcomers, a young man named Kevin, stopped abruptly, his face pale. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. We all stood still, listening. At first, there was nothing but the sound of our own breathing. Then, a sound drifted through the trees, a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the sound of any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more primal, filled with a sorrow and a hunger that sent shivers down my spine. What was that? Another hiker, a woman named Sarah, asked, her eyes wide with fear. I tried to remain calm, to project an air of confidence I didn't feel. "Probably just an animal," I said, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears. "Maybe a bear or something." But I didn't believe my own words. That sound was different. It was wrong. The moaning came again, closer this time, followed by a series of heavy thuds, as if something large was moving through the underbrush. The fear on the faces of my group was now undeniable. Even the experienced hikers looked like they wanted to turn and run. "We need to keep moving," I said, trying to sound authoritative. "Stay together and don't wander off." I picked up the pace, hoping to put some distance between us and whatever was making those awful sounds. But it was no use. The sounds continued, getting closer, more insistent. The heavy thuds grew louder, accompanied by the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves directly beside the trail. Whatever it was keeping pace with us, moving through the dense woods with an unnatural speed and silence when it chose to be. Then, through the trees, I saw just a fleeting glimpse, a dark, hulking shape moving with an unnatural gait. It was tall, impossibly tall, and seemed to be covered in matted fur. I couldn't make out any distinct features, but the sheer size and the way it moved sent a wave of pure, unadulterated terror crashing over me. For the first time in all my years in these mountains, I felt a fear that went beyond the logical dangers of the wilderness. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't a wildcat. This was something else, something ancient and malevolent, something that belonged in the old wives' tales I had always dismissed. And in that moment, as that dark shape disappeared back into the dense undergrowth, I knew that everything I thought I knew about these mountains was wrong. The old stories weren't just stories after all. They were warnings, and we had stumbled into something we weren't meant to find. A collective gasp rippled through the group. Fear, raw and palpable, hung in the air like the heavy humidity before a storm. Kevin whimpered, his eyes darting nervously between the trees. Sarah's hand flew to her mouth, her knuckles white against her lips. Even Mark and Dave, the two most experienced hikers who had always exuded an air of unflappable confidence, looked shaken. What was that? Kevin stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. I swallowed hard, my own heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I don't know. I managed, trying to sound more composed than I felt. But we need to keep moving. Now, I urged them forward, picking up the pace to a near jog. The trail, or what we thought was the trail, continued to be elusive, the undergrowth thick and unforgiving. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through us. The oppressive silence of the woods had returned, broken only by our hurried footsteps and ragged breaths. The feeling of being watched intensified, a cold, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. It felt like unseen eyes were boring into us from the dense foliage, tracking our every move. I found myself constantly scanning the trees, my gaze darting from shadow to shadow, half expecting to see that hulking shape emerge again. We pressed on for what felt like an eternity, the landscape becoming increasingly disorienting. The familiar landmarks I usually relied on seemed to have vanished, replaced by a monotonous sea of trees that all looked the same. The sky above remained a sickly yellow, casting an unnatural glow on the forest floor. Then we heard it again. The moan, longer this time and closer. It was a mournful sound, filled with an ancient sorrow, but underlying it was a hunger, a predatory intent that chilled me to the bone. It was followed by the heavy thuds, the snapping of branches, the unmistakable sounds of something large and powerful moving through the woods parallel to us. "It's still following us," Mark said, his voice grim. "What do we do?" Sarah cried, her voice laced with panic. I tried to think, my mind racing. My years of experience in the wilderness were suddenly useless against something like this, something that defied logic and explanation. We were out of our element, in a realm that felt ancient and hostile. "We need to try and get out of these woods," I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "Stick to the creek bed. It should eventually lead us back to the main trail." We veered off our current path and made our way down the steep, rocky bank to the creek below. The water was cold and swift, but the dense vegetation along the banks offered a bit more visibility. We trudged through the shallow water, our boots squelching with every step, the sound oddly loud in the otherwise silent woods. As we rounded a bend in the creek, we came across something that made us all stop dead in our tracks. Lying half submerged in the water was a hiking boot. It looked relatively new, a high-quality leather boot of the type serious hikers wore. But it was what was inside the boot that made our stomachs churn. There was a foot still inside, or at least what was left of one. The flesh was torn and mangled, the bone exposed in places. It was clear that whatever had attacked the owner of this boot was not human, and it was not gentle. A wave of nausea washed over me. I recognized the boot. It belonged to old Jedidiah, a seasoned hiker who had gone missing in these mountains a few years back. Everyone had assumed he'd gotten lost or had a bad fall. Now we knew differently. Sarah let out a choked sob, turning away, her face buried in her hands. Kevin looked like he was about to be sick. Even Mark and Dave, who had seen their share of grim sights, looked pale and shaken. "We need to keep moving," I said, my voice tight with urgency. "We can't stay here." We continued down the creek, our pace even more frantic now. The discovery of Jedidiah's boot had injected a new level of terror into our hearts. We weren't just being followed, we were being hunted. The sun, what little we could see of it through the oppressive canopy, began to dip lower in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like the creatures of our nightmares. The air grew colder, a damp chill that seeped into our bones. As dusk began to settle, the sound started again. The moans were closer now, more frequent, and they were joined by other sounds, a wet, sucking sound, and a low, guttural growl that vibrated in the very air around us. We could no longer pretend it was just an animal. This was something intelligent, something predatory, and it was closing in. We stumbled upon a small, rocky clearing near the creek bank. It wasn't much, but it offered a little more open space than the dense woods. "We need to stop for a minute," I said, my voice hoarse. "We need to catch our breath and try to figure out what to do." Everyone collapsed onto the rocks, their faces drawn and wary. The fear was etched in their eyes, reflecting the growing darkness around us. "Maybe we should try to build a fire," Dave suggested, his voice trembling slightly. "Keep it away." It was a desperate idea, but it was the only one we had. We quickly gathered some dry leaves and twigs, and Mark, thankfully, had a lighter in his pack. Soon a small fire was crackling in the center of the clearing, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. The fire offered a small measure of comfort, a tiny beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. We huddled around it, our eyes constantly scanning the tree line, listening for any sign of the creature that was hunting us. The sounds continued throughout the night, circling us just beyond the reach of the firelight. The moans, the growls, the heavy thuds, they were a constant reminder of the unseen presence that lurked in the darkness, patiently waiting. Sleep was impossible. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through us. At one point, we heard a new sound, a high-pitched, almost childlike giggle that echoed through the woods. It was the most unsettling sound of all, a sound that seemed to mock our fear and desperation. As the night wore on, the temperature dropped, and a thick fog began to roll in, swirling around the clearing like ghostly tendrils. The fire, which had been our only source of comfort, now seemed to cast even more menacing shadows, turning familiar shapes into monstrous figures. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared at the edge of the firelight, staring at us from the darkness. They were large, intelligent eyes filled with a cold, predatory gleam. A low growl rumbled from the darkness behind them. We all scrambled back, our hearts leaping into our throats. Whatever this thing was, it was no longer content to remain in the shadows. It was showing itself. The creature stepped slowly into the firelight. It was even taller and more grotesque than I had imagined. Its body was lean and gaunt, covered in patches of dark, matted fur. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in sharp, clawed hands. Its face was a twisted mockery of a human face, with large, pointed ears, a wide, toothy grin filled with rows of jagged teeth, and those terrifying red eyes that seemed to pierce right through us. It stood there for a moment, its head cocked to one side, as if studying us. Then it let out a deafening shriek, a sound that ripped through the night, shattering the silence and sending a fresh wave of terror through our already petrified group. And then it lunged. The creature moved with a speed that belied its gangly frame. Its sharp claws extended towards Sarah, who screamed and stumbled backward. Mark reacted instantly, grabbing a burning branch from the fire and thrusting it towards the creature's face. The creature recoiled with a hiss, its red eyes narrowing in anger. The flickering firelight illuminated its grotesque features, revealing more details of its unnatural anatomy. Its skin was a sickly grayish, white in places, stretched taut over sharp bones, and its breath reeked of something foul and decaying. While Mark kept the creature momentarily at bay with the burning branch, I grabbed the heaviest rock I could find and hefted it in my hands. Dave pulled Sarah behind him, his eyes wide with terror, but his posture defensively braced. Kevin was frozen in fear, huddled on the ground, whimpering uncontrollably. The creature swiped at Mark with a long, clawed hand, forcing him to retreat. It then turned its attention to Dave and Sarah. Before Dave could react, the creature lunged, its teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. I hurled the rock with all my might, hitting the creature square in the side of its head. It stumbled sideways, letting out another ear-splitting shriek. It clutched at its head, its glowing red eyes fixated on me with pure hatred. The blow had clearly stunned it, but I knew it wouldn't be down for long. "Run!" I yelled at the others. "Get to the creek! Follow the water downstream!" Mark, Dave, and Sarah didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled to their feet and fled towards the creek bank, splashing into the cold water without hesitation. Kevin remained huddled on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The creature turned its attention back to me, its anger palpable. It took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the rocky ground. I knew I couldn't outrun it. My only chance was to try and fight it off, to buy the others some time to escape. I picked up another rock, my hands trembling, and faced the creature. It stalked towards me slowly, its red eyes never leaving mine. I could feel its foul breath on my face as it drew closer. Just as it was about to lunge, I threw the rock, hitting it in the chest. It staggered back, momentarily surprised. I used that brief moment to grab another burning branch from the fire. It was lighter than Mark's, but it was all I had. The creature roared in frustration and lunged again, swiping at me with its razor-sharp claws. I dodged its attack, the wind from its claws whistling past my ear, and thrust the burning branch towards its face. It hissed and recoiled, its fur singed by the flames. We danced this terrifying dance for what felt like an eternity, the creature trying to get past my makeshift torch, me desperately trying to keep it at bay. I could hear the others splashing through the creek in the distance, their terrified cries fading as they moved further away. Then, the creature did something unexpected. It let out a series of rapid clicks and guttural growls, and from the darkness beyond the firelight I heard responses. More glowing red eyes appeared at the edge of the clearing, and I realized with a sickening lurch that this wasn't just one creature. There were more of them. I was surrounded. My heart sank. I knew I couldn't fight them all. My only hope was that the others had managed to get away. The first creature lunged again, and this time I wasn't quick enough. Its claws ripped across my arm, tearing through my skin and clothing, sending a searing pain through my body. I dropped the burning branch, my vision blurring. Before I could react, the other creatures emerged from the darkness, their glowing red eyes fixed on me with predatory hunger. I tried to fight back, kicking and swinging my arms, but they were too fast, too strong. They swarmed over me, their sharp claws and teeth tearing at my flesh. The last thing I saw before the darkness closed in was the sickly yellow light filtering through the trees and the gleam of those terrifying red eyes. Then, there was only pain and the horrifying sounds of my own screams being swallowed by the ancient, unforgiving woods. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe days, maybe weeks. Time has lost all meaning. I'm still here in the woods, but I'm not the same. Something changed that night. Something inside me. I can still feel the hunger, the endless, knowing hunger. And I can still hear the whispers in the wind, the calls of my brethren echoing through the trees. They found me eventually. They always do. Sometimes, when the fog rolls in thick and the moon hangs low in the sky, I wander the trails. I see hikers sometimes, their flashlights bobbing in the distance. They look so alive, so full of fear. I try to warn them. I try to tell them to turn back, to stay away from these woods. But the words don't come out right. They come out as moans, as guttural growls. And sometimes when I get close enough, I can't help myself. The hunger takes over. They call me Mountain Mama, Sue. They used to. Now, they just hear the legends, the stories whispered around crackling campfires. Stories of a creature that roams these hills, a tall, gaunt thing with glowing red eyes and a taste for human flesh. They say it was once a kind old hiking guide who knew these woods better than anyone. They say she got lost, or maybe she encountered something she shouldn't have. They don't know the half of it. So if you ever find yourself hiking in these West Virginia hills, and you hear a moan on the wind, or see a pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness, don't dismiss it as just an animal. Don't think it's just an old wives' tale, because out here in the deep, dark heart of the Appalachian wilderness, some stories are terrifyingly real, and some bad decisions, they follow you long after you leave the trail. They might even change you forever. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I hear someone coming, and I'm feeling particularly hungry tonight. My name is Ethan Bellwether, and if you were to describe me in one word, it would probably be novice. Beginner, greenhorn, fresh off the boat, take your pick. When it comes to the great outdoors, my experience basically boils down to a handful of slightly disastrous backyard barbecues, and that one time my college roommates and I tried to pitch a tent in the living room after a particularly rowdy party. Needless to say, nature and I haven't exactly been best buddies, but I've always been drawn to it, that magnetic pull you feel towards something both beautiful and a little bit intimidating. I'd spend hours watching nature documentaries, mesmerized by sweeping landscapes and the resilience of wildlife, all from the safety and comfort of my air-conditioned apartment in Northern Virginia. There was a romantic notion I held about connecting with the wilderness, a yearning for that sense of self, reliance, and quiet contemplation you always see in those picturesque stock photos of lone hikers overlooking majestic vistas. So, in a burst of what my more cynical friend, Liam, dubbed peak millennial delusion, I decided it was high time I actually went camping. Not glamping, mind you, none of that fancy stuff with pre-erected tents and gourmet meals. I wanted the real deal, or at least my very sanitized version of it. I spent weeks researching gear, poring over reviews for sleeping bags, headlamps, and those weird dehydrated meals that look suspiciously like astronaut food. I even watched a dozen YouTube videos on how to properly build a campfire, a skill that, in retrospect, I would desperately need to master. My destination was a relatively popular campsite nestled within Shenandoah National Park. It wasn't exactly deep wilderness, more like a well-maintained area with designated spots, fire rings, and even surprisingly clean vault toilets. This felt like a good starting point for someone as utterly inexperienced as myself. Plenty of other people around, I figured, so even if I did manage to set the woods on fire or get chased by a particularly aggressive squirrel, help wouldn't be too far away. The drive out was beautiful, a scenic route winding through rolling hills and vibrant fall foliage. The air, even through the closed windows of my aging Honda Civic, felt crisper and cleaner than the usual city smog. A sense of anticipation bubbled in my chest, a mixture of excitement and a healthy dose of nervous apprehension. This was it, my grand adventure into the wild. I arrived at the campsite mid-afternoon, the sun still high in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. Check, and was a breeze. A friendly park ranger with a neatly trimmed beard gave me a map and some basic safety instructions, emphasizing the importance of bear safety. Just make noise while you hike, keep your food properly stored, and you'll be fine, he'd said with a reassuring smile. Easy enough, I thought. Setting up my tent was an experience. The instructions, which seemed perfectly clear in the brightly lit sporting goods store, now resembled ancient hieroglyphics. After what felt like an eternity of fumbling with poles and stakes, punctuated by a few frustrated sighs and the occasional muttered curse, I finally managed to get the nylon contraption to stand upright, albeit looking slightly lopsided. Victory, however small, was mine. The rest of the afternoon was surprisingly pleasant. I took a short, easy hike along a well-marked trail, enjoying the crisp air and the vibrant colors of the leaves. I even managed to identify a few different types of birds using a handy little guidebook I'd purchased. For a brief moment, I felt like a true outdoorsman, one with nature, at peace with the world. As dusk began to settle, I started on the monumental task of building a fire. This proved to be far more challenging than the YouTube tutorials had suggested. My initial attempts resulted in nothing more than a pile of smoking twigs. Eventually, after much trial and error and a significant amount of lighter fluid, which I now realize was probably frowned upon, I managed to coax a small, sputtering flame to life. It wasn't exactly the roaring bonfire I'd envisioned, but it was enough to cook my sad little packet of dehydrated chili. Sitting by the flickering fire, the surrounding woods slowly surrendering to the encroaching darkness, I felt a sense of accomplishment wash over me. I had done it. I had successfully navigated the wilderness, built a shelter, and cooked my own meal. Take that, Liam, and your millennial delusion! The sounds of the forest at night were initially quite soothing. The gentle chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, it was a natural symphony that lulled me into a state of peaceful relaxation. I sipped my lukewarm coffee, gazing up at the emerging stars, a breathtaking display of celestial lights that the city's light pollution had always obscured. It was probably around 10 o'clock when things started to feel different. The natural sounds seemed to fade, replaced by an unnerving silence. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting eerie shadows that danced and writhed with the slightest movement of air. An inexplicable feeling of unease began to creep into my consciousness, a primal sense that I was no longer alone in the woods. I strained my ears, trying to discern the source of my discomfort. At first, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the crackling of the dying embers. Then I heard it, a faint whisper carried on the gentle breeze. It was soft, almost inaudible, like someone speaking just below the threshold of hearing. I held my breath, listening intently. Was it the wind playing tricks on my ears? Maybe an animal rustling in the undergrowth? I dismissed it as my overactive imagination, the product of too many late-night horror movies. But then I heard it again, clear this time. A distinct whisper, seemingly coming from the darkness just beyond the circle of firelight. It was sibilant like the rustling of dry leaves, but with a definite human quality to it. My heart started to pound in my chest. I grabbed the heavy, duty flashlight I had diligently packed and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. The sudden burst of light startled a small deer, which darted away into the woods, its white tail flashing. But there was nothing else, no sign of anyone or anything. I told myself it was just the wind, the sound filtering through the trees in a strange way. But the whispers persisted, growing slightly louder, more insistent. They seemed to be all around me, coming from different directions, an ethereal chorus just beyond my sight. I couldn't make out any distinct words, just the soft, hissing sounds, like multiple people murmuring secrets in a language I didn't understand. It was unsettling, deeply unnerving. I shivered, despite the lingering warmth of the fire. My initial sense of peaceful solitude had vanished, replaced by a growing feeling of dread. I scanned the surrounding woods with my flashlight, my hand trembling slightly. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden menace. Every rustle of leaves sounded like someone approaching. The whispers continued, weaving their way into my thoughts, creating a tapestry of fear and paranoia. What were they saying? Were they even saying anything at all? Or was it just some auditory hallucination brought on by the isolation and the darkness? I told myself to be rational. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe there were other campers nearby, talking quietly among themselves. But this campsite was supposed to have designated areas, and I hadn't seen or heard anyone else since the ranger. The whispers grew a little louder, and this time I thought I could almost make out a word. Something soft, something that sounded like my name. Ethan? The whisper seemed to brush against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold night air. My blood ran cold. This wasn't the wind. This wasn't other campers. This was something else entirely, something I couldn't explain, something that felt ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond the edge of my perception. The whispers continued, a silent, insidious threat that promised a long and terrifying night. The whisper of my name, though barely audible, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It wasn't just the sound itself, but the feeling that accompanied it, a sense of cold, focused attention directed solely at me. I whipped my flashlight around, the beam dancing wildly through the trees, searching for any sign of movement. any indication of who or what was out there. But the darkness swallowed the light, revealing nothing beyond the familiar shapes of trees and undergrowth, now contorted into menacing figures by my panicked imagination. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding weak and thin against the vast silence of the night. "Is anyone there?" Only the whispers answered, a soft chorus that seemed to mock my feeble attempt at communication. They swirled around me, sometimes sounding closer, sometimes farther away, but always present, a constant reminder that I was not alone. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I dreaming? Exhausted from the drive and the unfamiliar activity, could my mind be conjuring these sounds? I pinched myself hard on the arm. Pain shot through me sharp and real. This was no dream. Panic began to set in, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. I needed to get out of here. This campsite, which had seemed so safe and welcoming just hours ago, now felt like a trap, a place where unseen entities could toy with my sanity. I scrambled to my feet, knocking over my half-empty mug of cold coffee. The sound seemed deafening in the oppressive silence that followed the whispers. I hesitated for a moment, thinking about packing up my tent, gathering my belongings, but the urgency of the situation overwhelmed any sense of order. All I wanted to do was get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and these terrifying sounds. Grabbing my backpack, I slung it over my shoulder, the weight feeling strangely comforting. I fumbled for my car keys in my pocket, my hands shaking so badly that I almost dropped them. The small metal object felt like a lifeline, my ticket back to civilization, to the safety of my apartment. I switched on my headlamp, the beam cutting a small circle of light in the inky blackness. The woods beyond the light seemed to press in on me, the shadows alive with unseen movement. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I started to walk, then picked up my pace, breaking into a jog. I followed the path I had taken earlier, the familiar terrain now seeming alien and threatening in the darkness. The whispers followed, their soft hissing sounds seeming to keep pace with me, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that surrounded me. As I hurried along the trail, I started to hear other sounds mixed in with the whispers. Faint scratching sounds, like tiny claws on bark, and soft rustling in the undergrowth that couldn't be explained by the wind. It sounded like something was moving alongside me, just out of sight, mirroring my movements. My breath came in ragged gasps, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. I risked a glance over my shoulder, but saw nothing but the black expanse of the woods illuminated by the beam of my headlamp. The feeling of being watched intensified, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I told myself to stay calm, to focus on reaching the parking lot. It couldn't be that much further, I reasoned. I had hiked part of this trail earlier. It was a relatively short loop, but in the darkness, disoriented and terrified, every step felt like it was taking me further away from safety. The whispers seemed to grow louder, more insistent. They were no longer just soft hissing sounds. I could almost make out words now, fragmented and unintelligible, but definitely words. They seemed to be swirling around me, coming from the trees, from the ground, even from the air itself. Suddenly, I tripped over something in the path, sending me sprawling to the ground. My headlamp went flying, plunging me into absolute darkness. A sharp pain shot up my ankle. I cried out, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed the whispers for a brief moment. Then they returned closer now, right next to my ear. I could feel a cold, phantom breath on my skin as the whispers intensified, sounding almost like a chorus of hushed voices speaking directly to me. Panic seized me. I scrambled backward, blindly feeling around for my headlamp. My fingers brushed against something cold and damp on the ground. I recoiled, a wave of revulsion washing over me. I didn't want to know what it was. Finally, my hand found the headlamp. I fumbled with the switch, my fingers clumsy with fear, and flicked it back on. The beam illuminated the path in front of me, but I didn't see what I had tripped on. I didn't want to. I tried to stand, but a sharp pain shot through my ankle. I must have twisted it when I fell. Now hobbling along the trail was going to be even more difficult. Despair began to creep in. I was alone, injured, and surrounded by something I couldn't understand, something that seemed to be closing in on me. The whispers continued, their insidious presence chipping away at my resolve. As I limped forward, the whispers started to take on a new quality. They were no longer just unintelligible murmurs. I started to hear distinct words, though they were still soft and fragmented. Lost. One whisper seemed to hiss from the darkness to my left. Alone. Another echoed from the right. Afraid, a third whispered from directly behind me, sending a fresh wave of terror through me. They seemed to know my thoughts, my fears. It was as if they were inside my head, feeding on my growing panic. I stumbled onward, my ankle throbbing with pain, my breath catching in my throat. The trees seemed to loom over me, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out to grab me. The shadows danced and twisted, playing tricks on my eyes, making me see shapes that weren't there. Then, through the trees, I saw a faint light. It flickered weakly, but it was a light nonetheless. Hope surged through me. It had to be the parking lot, or maybe another campsite. A chance for escape. I pushed myself forward, ignoring the pain in my ankle, focusing on the light. The whispers seemed to fade slightly as I moved towards it, as if whatever was creating them didn't want me to reach my destination. As I got closer, the light grew stronger, revealing its source. It wasn't the harsh glare of parking lot floodlights or the warm glow of a campfire. It was a soft, ethereal light, almost like moonlight, but brighter, with a strange, otherworldly quality to it. The light seemed to emanate from a small clearing just off the main trail. Curiosity and a desperate hope for salvation overcame my fear. I limped towards the clearing, pushing aside the branches that blocked my path. What I saw in the clearing made my blood run cold. It wasn't the parking lot, and it wasn't another campsite. In the center of the clearing stood a small, dilapidated cabin. It looked ancient, the wood weathered and warped, the windows dark and empty like vacant eyes. The ethereal light seemed to emanate from within the cabin, casting long, eerie shadows that stretched and distorted the surrounding trees. And then I saw the figures. Standing silently in front of the cabin were several shadowy shapes. They were vaguely humanoid, but their forms were indistinct, shifting and swirling in the strange light. They seemed to be facing the cabin, their heads tilted as if listening to something I couldn't hear. As I watched, one of the figures slowly turned its head towards me. Even though I couldn't make out any features, I felt its gaze lock onto me, a cold, intense stare that pierced through the darkness. Then the whispers returned, louder than ever before. They seemed to be coming from the cabin, from the shadowy figures, and from the woods all around me. This time, I could understand some of the words. Welcome, one whispered, the voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. You're home now, another hissed, the sound chilling me to the bone. Join us, a third whispered, its voice a soft, beckoning caress. Terror overwhelmed me. This wasn't just some creepy encounter, this was something far more sinister. I had stumbled into something ancient and evil, and I had a terrifying feeling that I wasn't going to be leaving this forest. The ethereal light from the cabin seemed to beckon me closer, and the whispers, now a deafening chorus, echoed in my ears, promising a fate far worse than I could have ever imagined. My camping trip had taken a turn for the truly horrifying, and the beginner camper was about to face a night from which he might never return. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the ominous cabin and its silent sentinels. But my injured ankle throbbed with agonizing intensity, each pulse a reminder of my vulnerability. Besides, a morbid curiosity, the kind that always gets characters in horror stories into trouble, held me rooted to the spot. What were these things? And what was the source of that eerie, captivating light emanating from the cabin windows? As if sensing my hesitation, one of the shadowy figures detached itself from the group and glided slowly towards me. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustling of leaves, just a silent, unnerving movement that seemed to defy the natural laws of the forest. My headlamp, still illuminating the scene, cast long, distorted shadows of the approaching figure, making it appear even more grotesque and menacing. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought it back, clutching my headlamp like a talisman. Stay back. I croaked out, my voice trembling. I don't want any trouble. The figure didn't respond, didn't even seem to acknowledge my words. It continued its silent advance, its indistinct form growing larger and more defined as it drew closer. The ethereal light from the cabin seemed to intensify, bathing the clearing in an unnatural glow. Now I could make out more details of the approaching figure. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long and thin. Where a face should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of shadow, a void that seemed to suck the light in around it. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not human. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of voices that seemed to be speaking directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. They were a confusing jumble of words and phrases, but one message cut through the noise with chilling clarity. one of us now. Terror lent me a surge of adrenaline. Ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, I turned and stumbled back towards the trail, desperate to escape this nightmarish clearing. But the shadowy figures seemed to anticipate my move, silently spreading out to cut off my retreat. I was trapped. I looked back at the figure that had approached me. It was now just a few feet away, its shadowy form towering over me. I could feel a wave of cold emanating from it, chilling cold that seemed to penetrate my very soul. Suddenly, it reached out a long, skeletal hand towards me. Its touch felt like ice, like the grip of something long dead. I recoiled, crying out in fear and pain. As its hand brushed against my arm, a jolt of energy, or something like it, coursed through my body. It wasn't painful, but it was deeply unsettling, like a foreign presence invading my very being. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a deafening chorus that seemed to be pulling me towards the cabin, towards the shadowy figures, towards something I knew I shouldn't go near. I tried to fight back, to resist the unseen force that seemed to be drawing me in, but my strength was fading. My injured ankle screamed in protest with every movement, and the sheer terror of the situation was beginning to take its toll. The ethereal light from the cabin seemed to beckon me closer, promising some kind of twisted sanctuary. And the shadowy figures, their silent forms radiating an ancient, unknowable power, seemed to be waiting for me. Then I noticed something else in the clearing. Scattered around the base of the ancient cabin were various items, backpacks, camping gear, even a few crumpled maps that looked eerily familiar. My blood ran cold as I recognized the logo of the sporting goods store where I had bought my own equipment. These belonged to other campers, other novices who had ventured into these woods, seeking the same connection with nature that I had craved. And now their belongings lay scattered around this sinister cabin, silent testament to their unknown fates. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a random encounter with something strange in the woods. This was a trap, a lure for unsuspecting travelers. The popular campsite, the well-marked trails, it was all a facade, a way to draw people in, to bring them to this place. The shadowy figure reached out again, its cold touch brushing against my face this time. The whispers intensified, and I felt a strange pull, a sense of resignation washing over me. Resistance seemed futile. My gaze drifted towards the cabin. Through one of the grimy windows, I could just make out shapes moving within. They were indistinct, shadowy, just like the figures outside. But there seemed to be more of them, their forms writhing and shifting in the unnatural light. A horrifying thought took root in my mind. Were these the other campers? Had they become like the shadowy figures outside, their humanity twisted and corrupted by whatever resided in the cabin? The figure in front of me extended its hand once more, and this time I didn't pull away. A strange sense of inevitability washed over me. This was my fate. This was where my grand adventure into the wild would end. As its icy grip closed around my hand, the whispers reached a crescendo, and I felt myself being pulled forward, towards the ancient cabin, towards the waiting figures, towards the darkness that promised to consume me entirely. The last thing I saw, before the ethereal light enveloped me, was the scattered camping gear on the ground, a chilling reminder of the others who had come this way before me, their dreams of peaceful solitude in nature turning into a terrifying, inescapable nightmare. No one ever found Ethan Bellwether. His car was still in the parking lot, and his campsite looked as if it had been abandoned in a hurry. The park rangers searched for days, but there was no trace of him. People still camp in Shenandoah National Park. They still hike the popular trails and tell stories around the campfire at night, but some of them say that if you listen closely, especially after the sun goes down, you can still hear the whispers on the wind. Soft, hissing sounds that seem to carry a warning, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of the light and the unwary travelers who wandered too far off the beaten path. And sometimes, late at night, under the pale light of the moon, some hikers claim to have seen fleeting shadows moving among the trees, silent figures watching from the darkness, forever adding to the true scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories.